Welcome to the NIMEX 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. My name is Peter Mackay and I'll be taking you through all the action for the second round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. And joining me in the commentary box today, as was in round one, Sunil Arora. Sunil, welcome. What a race we had in round one. Hopefully more of the same today.
Absolutely, Peter. What a race we had in the first round, and especially the ending. We saw such a tremendous battle between Team HRT and Mahler in the SP9 category that literally defined everything that the DNLS is all about. Close racing that goes right down to the end, and with two different cars as well. And I get a feeling we're going to see something very similar here today. And the best part is, Peter, it's round number 2. It's the second round. We get to see some teams and drivers often slack off, but only the best of the best will actually be able to keep up the level of performance. And the best part is, this grid is actually full of some of the best drivers in all of sim racing. No exaggeration, no joking here.
Absolutely, and they will be joined by a number of familiar names from the real-world Nürburgring Langstrecken series as well, who will qualify and start the race. But round one was a thriller, and why don't we have a little look at some highlights of what was an absolute cracker to open the season. So we will be having a look at the highlights in just a moment, where we had quite a thriller between Mercedes-AMG, Team HRT, and the Mahler Porsche team, Sunil. And of course, those two teams very, very strong in round one, but will be hit with a bit of a penalty to get over in round two.
Yes, absolutely. There will be a success penalty or essentially a bit of a stop and hold penalty whenever they come into their box. And the interesting part about that is that we're not quite using ballast as such. So say some categories will go for a success ballast for the winners, but here instead, the top 3 have to come in for a special penalty into the box whenever they're coming in for their pit stop, right? And P1 has to go for a 30-second penalty, P2 for 20 seconds, and P1 for 10 seconds. This can be taken in their pit stops, but they have to stop in the penalty box for that designated period. And I wonder, Peter, with the Mercedes HRT team and the Mercedes car in general also getting a bit of an add-on with the BOP, will they be able to challenge on to the same intensity? Because the last time out, they were by far and away the class apart in the opening part. But later on, well, things got really tricky with Mahler right there.
Well, it was Daniel Juncadella who led the field away into the opening round of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series in the blue and yellow Team HRT Mercedes, and an early clash between the Windward Mercedes and the Volkenhorst Alpecin BMW put both of those cars down the order as well. The 992 class, always well contested, led away early by the ever-impressive Zach Campbell, but unfortunately a later incident taking that car out of the action. It was all Porsche in the GT4s, definitely got the advantage over the BMW M4s. Will that be different today? We shall see indeed. As Daniel Juncadella broke away at the front, a clash between Elias Seppinen and the Mahler Porsche of Phil Dennis sent Seppinen for a drive-through penalty and put that car down the order, facing a fight back throughout the day. We saw plenty of action down towards Tiergarten as well, with drivers showing very good respect to one another at the highest possible speeds. Early on, we saw a battle between Door Esports Lamborghini, Moritz Lohner, very, very quick driver indeed, battling with Ryan Barneveld in the Mahler Porsche. But coming towards the end of the race, it came down to that 91 Mahler Porsche and the Team HRT Mercedes, driven by Danny Giosa, and the showdown to the end of the race was one that will go down in Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series history. It was quite a thriller, but unfortunately the Dora Esports Lamborghini dropping out close to the end. But this was kind of a flavour of what to expect in this final lap duel between two titans of sim racing, Danny Giosa and Phil Dennis, and it came right down to a drag race at the Dottinger Hole. Dennis getting the lead early on in the lap, but Giosa using the grunt of the Mercedes and the slipstream down the Dottinger Hole to take the advantage into Tiergarten, and Phil Dennis having to go for a very late drive-through penalty due to an accumulation of incident points. So it was Mercedes AMG on top, after back away. Will it be the same today? Well, we will find out in just a moment.
Die schönsten Dinge an Weihnachten sind umsonst. Deshalb schenken wir euch die ersten 6 Monate den Tarifpreis für Internet, Mobilfunk und TV. Jetzt in allen Vodafone-Shops und auf vodafone.de. Together we can.
Could be larger than life, bigger than the world, living out the hopes and dreams of every boy and every girl. You know you could.
Welcome back to the NIMEX 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. Here is how the championship standings look at the moment in SP9. Mercedes-AMG Team HRT on top of the table after a super performance at round one, but just 4 points behind the BS competition BMW team, with Corsim Racing making it three manufacturers in the podium last time out, with Dor Esports Lamborghini making it four manufacturers out of 4 places. Team BMW Bank sit in 5th, Walkenhorst in 6th, a great recovery from them after the early incident. Sim Racing Academy Black in 7th, followed by Mercedes Team Heusingveld, Mercedes Team Winward, and Phoenix Racing Esports Lamborghini at the moment. All to play for, Sumil, and one name that we don't see on that SP9 list is the Coanda GT3 team, but they've got a whole new lineup for this race, and quite an impressive one at that. So for Coanda Simsport today, we have Lauren Heinrich moving team. Sorry, Sumil, I've cut over you there.
Oh, no. I mean, it's been a year and a half under lockdown, and I've still forgotten how to unmute my mic again. Perks of live broadcasting, right? But no, they've gone in with the best of the best that you can find in anywhere in the world of sim racing. They've gone in with Lauren Heinrich as the real world driver. Again, he's the real world Carrera Cup driver as well. He's someone who's raced in this latest generation of the Carrera Cup as well. And we've gone in with multiple time Porsche Tiger Esports champion in Josh Rogers. He is one of the best sim racing drivers, probably one of the biggest sim racing superstars we could call of this generation. And their lineup, they may look right now to be down and out and be number 20, but my goodness, Peter, that lineup is good enough to scare anybody.
That it is, yes, indeed. Josh Rogers, the Porsche Sport Sim Racer of the Year as well, amongst many other accolades as well. But what we see the number 91 Mala Racing Team Porsche sitting there on 0 points after having to serve that penalty later on in the race. So difficult start to the year for them after such an impressive performance right up to the last moment. So in the Porsche Cup class, well, it's Asher Racing on top of the table at the moment from Team 75 by SimRC, Timo Bernhard's team, the Cus 75, named after 75 because that's when Timo's father started racing. That's where the 75 comes from. Peter Bonk Performance are in 3rd with Phoenix Racing Esport Porsche. I'm going to have a swear jar for every time I say Phoenix Racing Audi, but no, Phoenix Racing Porsche in 4th with WNS Esport in 5th. I swear, Sumil, that's like certain things get ingrained in your brain, and Phoenix Racing Audi is something I struggle to get my head away from.
I mean, seriously, force of habit, isn't it? And they're also based so much closer to the Nürburgring, actually, right next door, isn't it? I think it's a part of the circuit as well, just near the tourist entry too. So it's always Phoenix Racing, but you're right, it's always Phoenix Audi that rolls off the tongue early on. I don't know, Peter, maybe round 3. I think that's when we get an idea of Phoenix Racing Porsche finally. See, there we are. We've said it twice.
We'll get it washed through. Yeah. Now, one of the big talking points as well, we mentioned Coanda again, the pole sitter last time and runaway leader, Zach Campbell, was involved in another accident, in someone else's accident, basically, and was dropped right down the order. So a very difficult day for Coanda there. But looking at the qualifying times at the moment, which we'll go through in a moment, it's looking like business as usual in terms of pace. Now, GT4, very much a story of the Porsche Cayman 718, a 1-2-3-4 for the Weissach factory, led by Corsim Racing, with WNSE Motorsport in 2nd. Racing Fuel Simulators by RSO were 3rd, with Deutsche Payment Esports finishing in 4th. The first of the BMWs was the Walkenhorst GT4 machine. And Shamil, the BMWs last time out on balance of performance, they really were racing with one hand tied behind their back.
Exactly, and that's the tricky part with the BMWs. But the Porsche has been hit by a little bit. But I really want to see if it's enough because last time out we didn't quite see any BMW in the top six in qualifying. Moreover, we saw a couple of teams manage it out in the race, but that's only because it's the attrition that actually gets to them. Pace-wise, the BMWs were nowhere to be seen, unfortunately, and that's not something that I want to see happen this time out. It's evident, right? All the two Porsches that you see in the bottom half of this field, just attrition getting to them. But will it be better? Will the BOP change things around? That's the big talking point.
Yeah, it's all down to that 12 kilograms that the Porsches have been
Yep.
applied. Will that be enough? Well, we shall see. Maybe not on one lap, but over race distance, quite possibly. We shall see. Finally, the TCRs, the SP3T class here in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. Team Heusinkveld took the win from Corsim Racing, a very strong lineup in both of those cars. Of course, Heusinkveld winners of the Digital Nürburgring 24 Hour in 2021, but Corsim Racing, Kieran Harrison and Corentin Guinez, both TCR champions. So it's going to be a solid fight between those guys throughout the season. Low Grip Racing are in third, with Marshmallow Racing fourth and Undici Scuderia in fifth. Watch out for Valkyrie Esport as well, a very strong outfit there. ERC in seventh, Karthalle Withlich Yellow in eighth, Alemania Aachen Esports in ninth, and Nürburgring Esports team round out the top 10 in the TCRs. Now, it's been a busy week, Samil. Of course, this is the new build week on iRacing, and these Audi RS3s will soon be joined by a Hyundai and a Honda Civic Type R.
I feel so good, Peter. They're no longer alone. They have friends to play with finally.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. The Honda Civic Type R and the Hyundai Elantra NTCR. I mean, we always were discussing there has to be a Hyundai coming in, right? Hyundai, whatever. But the funny part is we didn't quite expect this to come in so rapidly. We were always thinking, well, it will come someday. Maybe someday they'll get the licensing. But it's great to see them come out here in a flash, and before we knew it, within a week, we are seeing both these cars come in. And the initial reviews, Peter, everyone has a good word to speak about it. But which one are you the most excited to see? I personally would love to see this whole Honda versus Audi battle come back on track.
Well, I'll be honest, I've had a very good week because it's Not Kilt, of course, has come to the iRacing service, the joint best racetrack in the world. Of course, the Nürburgring Nordschleife is the best racetrack in the world, but Not Kill runs it awfully close. It's my home track, and it's been great. I've been driving the Honda over the curbs of Not Kill, and it's been a whole lot of fun. But we're now live on the LEGO Technic live stream. It's SP9 qualifying, very, very important session indeed. Of course, overtaking in those early stages when the field is all bunched up is really tricky. So track position is vitally important for these SP9 drivers. And of course, Tamil, this is where the real-world drivers are mandated in the SP9 cars to take the qualifying
Correct.
and the race start. So this is in a very important phase here.
Absolutely correct. So the real world drivers, they have to do this bit, they have to do the start as well, and maybe some might also have to do the end, considering how teams might play out their strategy eventually. So it's a lot of onus on them, especially in the SP9 category. This does not mean that all the other classes don't quite have real world drivers, but over here I think we get to see a higher level, a high tier of real world drivers come up together and race against each other. And the car we're watching right now, Peter, Mahler Racing Team, after their the latest drive-through penalty you can ever get in any race for that matter, the pressure is really on them because we know for that fact that they have the potential to win the race, potentially even with a gap. Because remember, in the first couple of laps of the last race, they were taken out by BS competition, and that's where they lost a ton of time. What if they hadn't been taken out? What if they were able to actually take their race by their own way, control it as they could, and maybe they just would have had a very good gap eventually. They could have beaten the HRT team, and eventually they wouldn't even have to go to the drive-through penalty because they would have had 4 less incident points. I get a feeling that because they don't have that success penalty, the extra stop, they could be one really big team to watch out here today, Marla.
Indeed, absolutely. I think everything is sort of lined up for them to do well today. I think the 91 Mala Porsche team, but we shall see. I was actually, of course, it's very appropriate that of course, Mala have supplied pistons and all kinds of very clever engine pieces to nearly every manufacturer in the world, especially in racing. And I was reading earlier on that Mala provided the pistons for the engine for the Porsche RS Spider as well. So that's my fact for this week. But last time out, I mean, really, the Mercedes-AMG Esports Team HRT, the car on screen right now, Daniel Juncadella really was the star of the show. Now, Daniel not here this time out, but he has been replaced by Maurice Schuring, a 16-year-old Dutchman who races in the Carrera Cup Deutschland, did a couple of guest appearances in the Mobil 1 Super Cup as well, racing for Team GP Elite, which of course is the team that's fielded the winner of the last two champions of the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup, Larry ten Voorde. So I'm sure we'll see how Morris gets on. And being 16 years old, I would imagine he'll be pretty handy in the sim, Simil.
Exactly. No, I was just discussing this with my dad actually earlier today. So I played a little game with him. So I told him Morris's entire career trajectory so far, what he's done. So I just told it as a generic driver, like, so somebody who's done years of karting, very successful in Rotax Max, has had one season worth of Porsche Carrera Cup driving and has done pretty decent at that. What do you reckon, Dad? Well, what's his age? He said, I don't know, maybe around 21, 22, and that's a very optimistic guess. Morris is 16. I don't even know how you can do so much at such a young age. And the maturity while driving must be something in the waters of the Netherlands. I think so, Peter, because Max Verstappen, now Morris, ridiculous how all these Dutch young drivers are able to do so much at such a young age.
Well, and there's such a heritage, particularly for the Super Cup itself. There's been so many Dutch champions. Of course, Jeroen Blekemolen won it a number of times, but also Patrick Huisman, who has more titles than anyone, 4 consecutive Porsche Super Cup championships. And I was chatting to Larry ten Voorde the other day, and I said, well, you've won 2 in a row now. Are you going to try and go for Patrick's record? And there's a bit of funny business going on here in qualifying. Oh, it's Phil Dennis getting caught in traffic a little bit. This might thwart a good lap, and there's only going to be one more lap after this one. So this is getting a bit spicy in qualifying, but Dennis makes his way through. Might have even got a toe there. But yes, coming back to Larry ten Voorde, he said, well, the problem is, he says, I'm not even the most successful driver from my village, let alone from Holland. He says, Patrick Huisman's from the same village as me. So imagine that. You think, oh, well, at least I might be from my county, maybe. No, not even the same village. But this is interesting here, Samil, with this SP9 qualifying. The drivers don't have a lot of time to get their laps in. And if you get caught up with traffic that's, especially at the wrong place, it can be really damaging.
Yeah, exactly. Luckily, nobody was caught out as such in the last round, so we can't quite tell that, oh, a certain team had that issue the last time out. But that's a genuine possibility, Peter. And I mean, it may be silly to say that, oh, this place is a bit tricky for traffic when you consider that it's the longest racing circuit in the world actively and on the iRacing service as well, naturally. But the thing is, there are spots when things get really tricky, right? And we saw that happen right now with the Mahler Racing team and the ERC powered by FSP TUV Rhineland Yellow team. It's a bit of a mouthful, I know, but things can happen right there. And so they're working in together. And apart from traffic as well, Peter, just a simple error. We may consider them to be the best of the best real-world drivers, but it's the Nürburgring. It can catch anyone out. So even one wheel on the grass, maybe if the car loses out on you, not only do you see damaged confidence, but you only have one more lap to make it up. And time is definitely not on your side over here. So this is probably the most important and the most frantic session you could have in qualifying even across all the classes.
So here's the number 88. Coanda SimSport Porsche 911 GT3R onto the Dottinger Hoe. Completely clear of traffic and opening up that 500 horsepower 4-litre flat 6 boxer motor in the back of that Porsche. Now, is this number 88's Coanda SimSport machine giving any sort of toe? It may be just far enough away from the number 89 BS competition BMW, but there might be a little slither of toe there. That could be important because the margins will be fine here, Simil.
And they wouldn't quite want to do that. Coanda and BS competition, friendly competition, yes, but they don't quite want to give them a toe at all, considering Our BS competition were one of the better teams that we had in the last race. Messy, yes, but the raw pace was certainly there. You don't want to be out-qualified the BS competition, especially in that big BMW. Has Coanda seen that impact their lap time? Well, it's a 7:47. Pretty handy, I'll tell you that one. But has BS gone faster? No, they haven't.
Wowee, what a lap time from Lauren Heinrich, the newly crowned Porsche Junior selected driver. There was a very competitive junior shootout, as there is every year, to decide Porsche's latest junior driver, and Lauren overcame a very, very star-studded list of drivers to get that. So congratulations, Lauren, and indeed with that contract, that obviously has permutations, because Lauren Heinrich, of course, raced for BS Competition in round 1 of this championship, Simil. But BS Competition being affiliated to BMW, that I'm sure caused a few complications, so he's made the move to Coanda SimSport with his newly minted Porsche contract.
But I don't think the guys at BS Competition will be a bit sad about that. Disappointed slightly because they lose such a talented driver. I think one of the better drivers on the entire iRacing simulation, and it'll be fair to say one of the best suited real sim drivers. Hybrid drivers is the term that the BS Competition boss likes to use for that case for Lauren Heinrich. But the interesting part is going out to Coanda. And it's funny, right? Coanda have accumulated so many really good hybrid racing drivers. There's him. And of course, there's Mitchell de Jong as well, multiple-time X Games gold medalist, someone who's really handy with a rallycross car in real life and virtually, and also someone who's finished in the top 3 of the PESC Championship as well, the iRacing World Championship. So it's crazy how they're building in such a great team over there at Coanda.
It's incredible, and of course, Ian Guven as well, who races in the
Porsche
One Super Cup, another Coanda driver. So yeah, absolutely stacked. Now, speaking of the real world driver, this BMW number 34 Volkenhorst BMW, driven by Sami Matti Trogan, an iRacing world champion, but also an NLS real life champion as well. And this is a close replica to the car that he drives in the Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, with the sponsorship from Alpecin Anti-Balding Shampoo. German engineering for your hair. We've got to get a mention in there for the anti-balding shampoo for those who are follically challenged like me. And Sami Matti, a very good driver. But of course, this season, Samil, in the outdoor NLS, the Volkenhorst team have been giving the M6 a proper send-off, winning the NLS 6 race. But they'll be, I would assume, they will be switching over to the brand new M4 for the new season.
And why would they not? The M4 has actually made a pretty decent debut all across the world so far. I mean, it firstly came on the sim, then in the real world. And from what I can tell, and from what I've seen so far in the races as well, it's only going to get better, right? And that's the amazing part. So it's right about a good time, maybe a year after the M4 debuts, to get on there. And imagine a team like Volkenhorst with the M4, Peter. That is just going to be a recipe for success, right? Volkenhorst, a team that's so often tinkered the BMW cars into just getting them that extra gear, something extra special. Them and the M4 in the real world with a driver like Sami Matti as well. I get a feeling that next year it's going to be rather exciting to watch the race.
That it will. Well, a new lap begins, and look at this. Lauren Heinrich in the white, blue and orange, or white, purple and orange Coanda Porsche has got the BS competition number 89 BMW of Elias Seppänen right on his coattails. Now, this is mind games if I've ever seen it. And will Lauren be able to pull away from the BMW? Will Elias Seppänen be able to hold on to Lauren Heinrich here? Because if he can, Sibyl, each time they go along the straight, whether that be particularly on the run-up Kesselchen Little Valley, there's potential big gains in lap time here for Seppänen.
Exactly, but at what cost as well? Because so many other corners of the Nürburgring, especially when you get to the start of the at the middle of the circuit, there's so many tight, twisty, winding corners where you can actually lose some time with all the dirty air as well. So it's certainly a bit of a double-edged sword in a way. What do you do in that case? And clearly, BS Competition want to try and utilize the pace right there that they get with the tow. And interestingly, Dottinger Ho, will they get a bit too much of draft that they can actually pass forward? Because remember, last lap of the last race, HRT got an amazing draft on Marlin. They were actually able to move forward. But then Coanda down the main stretch could also get a bit. It's amazing how this is such a huge circuit with so many passing opportunities that toe can be played around with a little bit well. And interestingly, we could see a battle during qualifying. Not productive, but hey-ho.
Yeah, this is interesting. I mean, I wonder if Lauren Heinrich in that 88 Coanda Simsport Porsche has got to think, well, do I try and pull away here and set an even faster lap time and make sure my pole position is absolutely safe, or do I decide to just pull out the way and let the BMW go of Elias Sepinen and not give a tow? I mean, but then of course then you give up your run at improving a lap time. I mean, I think, Samil, that 7:47.2, that's going to take some beating.
Yeah, exactly. But if you've got the dough, potentially, BS Competition can do that. But remember, BS Competition were in the top 3 for qualifying in the last race as well. So we know that they are going to be a team that's going to be very close. The last time, they were under a second of the gap. And I think HRT was on pole position, right? So BS Competition were very close by there. You don't want to leave it to chance with them. I think Coanda would prefer trying to take things in their own hands and trying to finish off their lap. And if it's P2, so be it. The other team just got played a little bit better. But all things considered, Peter, you really want P1 over here, because we saw any team that's between P2 to P5, they're in this big cluster where things can get really tight at turn number 1. And it almost did. We were side by side, 3 wide on the first lap. And had it not been for some really smart driving, that could have been 3 cars taken out at the start of a 3-hour race. So P1 is just extra crucial over here. And no MRS! Oh boy.
Ooh. The number 44 crashes. Let's see. That's not. No, I'm not going there. I'm
Peter,
not going there. Oh dear. Oh my.
Not today.
Oh dear. This is. Of course, there is another motor race, some motor race going on in the Middle East today, but it's got nothing on the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. Samil, come on.
Nobody's watching that one, are they?
Yeah, this is proper motorsport. This is no politics, no nonsense.
And no penalties for actual proper hard racing.
Correct. The best proper racetrack built a very long time ago opened in. Do you know that it only took 2 years to build? That boggles my mind. It started building in 1925, opened in 1927.
I mean,
By
it's
modern
crazy.
standards, that's extraordinary.
Even by their standards, right? And you didn't used to have the modern technology back in the day as well. Yeah, for sure. It wasn't the same circuit. We didn't used to have the Armco barriers and whatnot. It was, I mean, let's be honest, more like a rally stage essentially in the middle of a forest, right? But still, 2 years is amazing. I mean, I remember the BIC, the Perth International Circuit back in India, that took 2 years and it wasn't completely ready. I mean, the flushes weren't quite ready when the race went going. So that, for the Nürburgring, is just outrageous. Speaking of...
Yeah, but Mark Gasner just having a little bit of a spin there in the MRS Porsche, but manages to get going and move along. So, it did take 12 million man-hours to build this place from 2,000 people. Did you know, Simil, that the name, the Nürburgring, was actually decided by a public vote?
So German, I love it.
Public competition, yeah. Whereas in the UK, when we're allowed that opportunity, the public just can't take it seriously, and we call like very serious warships Boaty McBoatface. Seriously, that's happened. Yes. Now, car on screen, the LEGO Technic Esports Lamborghini. This is a tribute livery or a tribute paint to the LEGO Technic model that you can buy. It's the Lamborghini Cyan in that very unusual lime green colour. It's a very Lamborghini colour, and I tell you what, these LEGO Technic models, Simil, it's the most therapeutic thing to just sit there and put piece by piece together, and you can get a 911 RSR, you can get a Ferrari 488 GTE, and you can get motorbikes as well, Ducati V4Rs. BMW M1000 RRs as well, so there's something for everyone in the LEGO Technic range.
Exactly, and one of our fellow commentators, one of our colleagues, Lewis McGlade, actually got his hands on one of the 911 RSRs, He actually told me once he spent an entire afternoon building the 911 RSR, but it was just the best Sunday afternoon, right? I mean, what else could you do? Just strap yourselves in at home, just nobody enters your dome of concentration, and when you're done, it looks magnificent, and especially the detail, Peter. You turn the steering wheel on and you can see the axles turning as well. Just the amount of detail that LEGO Technic have put in is just tremendous, and wow, and the liveries as well. Just maybe, I mean, again, you only criticize something when you love it so much. Maybe, I don't know, a slightly more, what's the thing? Slightly more sharper shade of green would have looked even better, no? In this livery and the toy car as well. That would have been special. But again, it's still pretty beautiful in all things considered. Fast car is a beautiful car, right? So
That's right, that's the main thing, indeed. Well, the number 70, Mercedes Team Landgraf, a name that any GT racing fan will know, Raffaele Marciello. Didn't join us for round one, but great to have him here in round two. He put together one of the best drives I've ever seen in Macau a couple of years ago. He won the 2019 Macau GT race, and he left the two Porsche drivers, Earl Bamber and Lawrence Vantor, for absolute dead. He just disappeared into the distance, and I thought, wow, what a driver. And Raffaele has a lot of experience around here, around the Nürburgring. Very, very quick. Well, here's our answer. Lauren Heinrich has dropped Elias Sepinen. Is this going to be an improvement on the time? 7:47 to beat? It is.
What?
7:46.
oh,
Good golly. 7:46.241. Well, welcome to Coanda Simsport. Welcome to the Porsche Junior ranks. Lauren Heinrich, what a lap.
wowee. And what are BMW Team Bank going to do? Remember, siblings of the BS competition team, same car, essentially the same people operating it, just a little bit of a different name. And they're working with Dur Esports. And BS competition and Dur had an amazing battle, about which I shall speak about later. But Peter, the lap times, is it going to be anywhere close to Heinrich?
I think it might be. This is the time, but the graphic just went by. That was Bruno Spengler. He got the perfect toll from the Dor Esport Lamborghini. What was the time? The number 7:49.288. So not quite in the. I mean, nobody really in the department of Lauren Heinrich at the moment, but a good lap from Sami Matti Trogan. He improved 7:47.751, 1.5 seconds off the pace, but we'll start on the front row as things stand. Mercedes AMG Team Winworth, they're in third at the moment, with Team BMW Bank in fourth. So all the pre-race chat about imbalance of performance, well, I don't think that really stands at the moment, Simil, because Porsche are up there, BMW are up there, Mercedes as well. A little bit quieter from the Lamborghinis, mind you.
Yeah. No, I'm surprised, because look at the teams that we're not quite seeing in the top 10 in terms of Lamborghini. Dur Esports, one of the better teams of the last round, who could potentially been on the podium had it not been for some errors on their part. Phoenix Racing Esports, LEGO Technic, all of them, and in fact, TUV Royal in yellow as well. It's surprising to see them not quite there, and I can't quite say that, it's teams that are going slow, because you don't see those teams going slow, right? So maybe the Lamborghini's hard done by, but another word on the competition. It's not anyone who's in P number 4 for BMW Team Bank. It's last year's DNLS champion, Bruno Spengler, who's fourth. And if Bruno's fourth, 3 seconds down, imagine what kind of a lap Lauren Heinrich has done at the top. My goodness, Peter, that is something.
A quite exceptional qualifying session there, and confirming then Lauren Heinrich on pole position with a stunning lap time, 7:46.241. Starting on the front row alongside the Coanda Porsche will be the Alpecin anti-balding shampoo Volkenhorst BMW in the second position. Sami Matti Trogan qualifying that car. Row 2 will be the Mercedes Team Winward machine alongside Team BMW Bank. Row 3, Mala Porsche alongside BS Competition, with Mercedes AMG Esports Team HRT. The championship leaders will start on the fourth row of the grid alongside Sim Racing Academy Black, the number 25 car. Row 5 will be Mercedes AMG Team M&J Performance alongside Mercedes AMG Team Heusingfeld. Row 6 will be MRS Esports and the first of the Lamborghinis, ERC powered by FSP, then followed by the rest of the Lamborghinis, Dor Esports, Phoenix Racing, and LEGO Technic, with Corsim Racing, Thomas Preining qualifying 16th position. Remember, that car was on the podium in race 1. So a lot of work to do for the number 3 Porsche squad. So it's going to be very, very tight, but difficult qualifying session for the Lamborghinis. Will they come good in the race? We shall see. Some very quick drivers waiting in the wings on a lot of those crews. So we will see it come back and forth throughout the day. And last few runners, Cartland Racing Esports, Lamborghini with Artel Motorsport, BMW, and WS Racing Esports, BMW. The GT Tire, BMW, rounding out the 19-car SP9 field, running to the FIA GT3 regulations. About 500 horsepower, traction control, ABS, and big aerodynamic assistance as well. Simil, why don't you take us down the Porsche Cup standings?
Why not? It's Coanda Simsport back and back with a bang. Taking pole position right here with a gap of 9/10 of a second to the IES Sim Racing Schweiz Cup team. Third is Asher Racing in that 200 car, 1.7 down. That must have been a really crazy qualifying for them, with Sim Racing Academy again making it into the top 4. So it's a good qualifying from them. Team 75 are Sim RC. They start in P number 5, 2.3 seconds down, with German Sim Racing. A decent qualifying from them finally. They are in P number 6. I want to see something special come up from them. They are a team that always impresses me. Phoenix Racing number 7 with their second car. They start 3.3 seconds behind. And WNS Motorsport start P number 8 right here in this Cup 2 category. Leiper Esports are 9th. Peter Bong Performance start 10th. Core Sim Racing Cup 2. A bit surprising to see them, a team of such high caliber, start at P number 11, but maybe it could lead to a more fun race from them by trying to climb back up the order. Dorsch Payment Esports DNLS in P number 12, followed by WS Racing Esports in 13th. Dorsch Payment Esports, the second car, the 248, they start in 14th, followed by .exe Esports Green, who have had a bit of a tough qualifying once again, and Artal Motorsport Reparex Cup starting in P16.
What a lineup in the
Seriously.
Porsche Cup class! I mean, it's so competitive, and the time's a lot closer as well in that class as well. Here's how the SP9s line up: Corsim Racing and Team RSO making it an all Porsche front row, with Racing Fuel Simulators by RSO starting third. The first of the BMWs, Volkenhorst Motorsport, number 335, starting from fourth, with Racefox and WNS Esport Motorsport rounding out the third row. Row 4 will be RN Vision STS with AMC Sigberg in 8th place. So still very much the exclusive playground of Porsche at the moment, but definitely BMW closing the gap. Shoot Sim Racing start from 9th, with Ring Fazert Sim Racing in 10th. Kart Raceland Esports are 11th, with ERC Esport powered by FSP, are lots of acronyms here. ERC powered by FSP in 12th. And finally, GeForce Experience Esports and Deutsche Payment Esports round out Row 7 and our 14-car XB10 grid. These are run to FIA GT4 regulations, so a little bit closer to the road-going counterpart. Team Heusenwald will start on pole position by just 0.6 of a second over their big rivals, Core Sim Racing SP3T. Very, very tight there as well. Low Grip Racing SP3T will start from third, with the Nürburgring Esports team in fourth. Marshmallow Racing will start in 5th, with ERC Heils Entrum Terra PI in 6th. Alemania Aachen Esports will start from 7th, with Karthalle Wiftlich Esports Yellow rounding out the top 8 and the 4th row of the grid. A little bit more disparity in times there in the TCRs. Valkyrie Esports Rookies, they'll start from 9th, completing our grid of 4 classes: SP9, Cup 2, SP10 and SP3T. Weather conditions, well, absolutely perfect, I would say. 18 degrees in the air and 33 degrees on the track, so a little bit toasty on the track. So that will be something to keep an eye out, Simil. 33 is up there, and that might make things a little bit slick for the drivers.
Yeah, exactly. They might have to end up saving their tires a little bit more because, of course, the temperatures, as they get hotter, grip becomes a little bit trickier, and eventually, it might not be a problem at the start of the race, maybe towards the end, maybe when you're involved in combat with somebody else, you just want to have that little bit extra grip, maybe just like what HRT team had in the last race, and which is eventually what got them towards the end. That is something that will be critical. And tire management, it's not going to be the forefront of it eventually. I don't think the races are so much limited by tire and fuel over here because essentially it's such a long lap that most people end up going in the same lap towards their pit stops. But still, managing it and how much you have left at the end, that's going to be the important part. And the start, Peter. I can't even choose which team is going to get the jump over here. Oof. It's crazy.
Well, it's going to be an exciting one, I think. It's time for the NIMEX 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tire. And we're now flying in the virtual Goodyear blimp. The Goodyear blimp owned by the company but since 1917, so it's a fair old age as the Goodyear blimp, and used to film the first Super Bowl. Well, this is the Super Bowl of motor racing, this circuit. Nothing better than racing on a Sunday afternoon on the Nordschleife. We hope you're sitting comfortably. This should be a cracker. The SP9 cars pull away behind the Porsche 911 pace car, and Lauren Heinrich will lead away the field in the Coanda SimSport Porsche 911 GT3R. Right along beside him in the Alpecin anti-balding shampoo Volkenhorst BMW will be Sami Matti Trogen, making it an all-star front row, but right behind the windward Mercedes and the Team BMW Bank BMW M4 in there as well, driven by Bruno Spengler, the real-life IMSA driver, DTM champion. And then right behind there, look at the Mala Porsche. Watch for that car, the number 91 of Phil Denez. 3 hours of racing on the world's greatest racing circuit. About to go green. Lauren Heinrich, the newly minted Porsche Junior, will lead us away into 3 hours of racing. Sami Matti Trogen tucks in behind. Green, green, green. We are racing here at the Nürburgring for the NIMEX 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, and down towards turn 1 they go. Heinrich leaves the door open. Will Matti Trogen have a look? Not quite. And Heinrich leads away from Sami Matti Trogen from Bruno Spengler, who makes it through into third spot.
Interesting defending that we got to see right here from Sami Matti Trogen and the Volkenhorst BMW. Cut across quite well, but look at the Landgraf team going to the outside of Ersing. Well, this is going to be a rather tricky fight. And in the background, the Lamborghinis coming together. Some crazy battling happening in, but the important part is Heinrich still your leader, and Sami Matti Trogen had the toughest job defending P2, and he did that well.
It looks like the drivers all getting through relatively cleanly, but just as aggressive, just as intense as the opening lap of a real-life NLS race. And this is what the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series is all about. It's all about replicating, about simulating that real-world event. It goes through all the same emotions. Top drivers in top cars. And Lauren Heinrich is starting to already pull away a little bit of a gap. He's really on the money today. The field filter through, and a little bit of side-to-side action there as well. That's Thomas Preining in the Corson Racing Porsche. One of the Lamborghinis goes wide.
TUV Rhineland yellow having a bit of a shocker right there. More on that in a second.
Yep, we're gonna see Zach Campbell, the Porsche Esports Super Cup star, lead away for Coanda SimSport for the second time this season. A sub 8-minute lap in qualifying. And we're green then. The Cup 2 class is away. Chased down by the number 200 Asher Racing Machine there on the inside, but Zach Campbell delivering that race start perfectly. Now it's quite tricky for these Cup 2 cars. They don't have anti-lock braking systems, and on cold tyres you've got to be super careful, but no such problem for these drivers. A little bit of a steady start there for the Sim RC machine, the new wonderful looking Kuss Team Bernhard car. Very, very cool livery on that machine, but they all get through clean. Nice and neat and tidy. Oh, that's curse of the commentator. The Corson racing car gets held up. Oh, dear.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. And that's Dominic Engel, one of their star drivers, one of their older drivers in terms of the time when he joined the team. He has had a bit of an incident with the Deutsche Payment team, wasn't that? So they got T-boned right there. And that's 2 races essentially gone for a toss, right? Because the competition here is so tight, it's so hard to ever make a comeback. So, and that's going to be a really tricky part because Corson Racing, 2 tricky races in a row, man, that's not what Corson Racing normally does.
Yeah, I think the Corson racing car there, just nowhere to go. The Deutsche Payment car went for a spin and there was just nowhere to go. Very unfortunate indeed. This car is a bit more sensitive on cold tyres, this new Cup car, compared to the old machine, but Zach Campbell leading away confidently at the moment as the SP10 cars will be lining up on the start-finish line. There they are, right on cue. 3 Porsches. It's Weissach versus Munich here. Porsche versus BMW. Green, green, green. The SP10s are away with Maxim Ramstein, the Porsche Super Cup star, leads them away. But look at the Volkenhorst BMW. Will Trigurta trying to make a move on these Porsches, trying to get in the mix with the Porsche Caymans, and is doing so. Oh, really, a little bit of side to side there, spin in the background. But impressive stuff so far there from Trigurta in the BMW, really flying the flag for the Munich mark.
Yeah, he's punching above the weight of the car, isn't he? He's got past the Race Fox car, but this battle isn't quite over yet because Race Fox, they have the inside line. And at this happen, Peter, we have seen carnage before. We don't quite want to see it happen this time out. And Race Fox finally get it done. Man, that Porsche is just so smooth. Really, it's so smooth, but the battle isn't quite done yet. Will Trigurta will not let go of it so easily.
Okay, so there's incident investigation ongoing. The number 111, that is the championship. Sorry, my apologies. No, it's not. It's the MJ Performance by HRT Mercedes and the number 40, which is the ERC Lamborghini. Now, that was the car that had a little bit of a spin. Also, investigation going on. Car 21. Car 21, that is the Kart Raceland Lamborghini. And the number 117, that's the WS Racing Esports BMW. So all a little bit further down the order in SP9, that would maybe hint out there's a bit more of repercussions from those incidents. But the SP3T cars, the TCR machines about to lead us away into 3 hours of racing. Off they go. And Team Hoisingveld, the winners of the 2021 Digital Nürburgring 24-hour, are away with their rivals Corson Racing in the white and orange car going for the big wide outside line there as well. That's Corentin Guinez. Sorry, yes it is Corentin Guinez starting that machine, the SRW TCR champion, and having to defend very, very hard there for the number 407 low grip racing machine, who's might have been a couple of seconds back in qualifying for Seville, but getting the elbows out early.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you often tend to see with TCRs early on. It's all about track position, actually. I mean, it's all good so long as you are P number 1, because P number 1 eventually has to drag the whole train along, give everybody a tow, and everybody can save in there. And fuel saving is the most important part in a TCR race. So, in a way, it's a bit of a blessing in disguise to be P number 2. And it's all right. You want to be as high up as you possibly can be, unless you are the leader. So watching Hoisingveld's strategy so far is going to be quite good. But that's the thing with TCR. So docile, Peter. It's like in sprint racing. They are the naughty boys in the class. They'll throw the pens at everybody. They'll throw chalk on the fan. But whenever it comes to endurance racing, so calm.
Yes, indeed. It's like they've got split personalities. One for sprint, one for endurance. And straight away, Corentin Guinez makes the move then on the Team Hoisingveld TCR machine, driven by Roman Persk. So Guinez decides he wants to hit the front and try to pull away, not happy to sit in the train. So, goodness me, we're already 7 minutes of racing underway. So the SP9 cars will be not far away from the end of their opening lap, as the SP3Ts already just going through the Hatzenbach. down the Dottinger hole they go then. It's a drag race. Mercedes versus BMW here as well. And Lauren Heinrich has broken the toe at the front. So it's windward Mercedes just getting the position there into Antonius Bucher. With the BMW bank car of Bruno Spengler right in there. Elias Seppinen in third in that tiny little train in fourth overall. And it's getting so spicy here.
Oh, man.
Oh my. Now, interestingly, Simil, as we come to the end of the opening lap, Coanda SimSport do not have a pit stop penalty to serve from, or success penalty to serve from the last round. Neither do Walkenhorst and neither do Team Windward. So at the front, we've kind of got a bit of a straight fight here, which is nice.
Exactly, and the interesting part is the success penalty has come to teams, of course, who were great in the last round, but all of them, unfortunately, not able to create the rhythm in this one. It was, of course, firstly the HRT team that won, and they'll get the biggest penalty, that is 30-odd seconds. BS Competition are the next one, and BS are the only team in the top 5 that have to take that success penalty. They have a 20-second one. And think of it, if you thought that Sim Racing were having a bad day, well, it's just going to get even worse because they are the third team to serve that success penalty. 10-second stop and hold penalty for them whenever they come in the pit lane. And currently, after their contact early on, they stand in P number 12. So a bad day that's only going to get even worse for them, unfortunately. How do they bounce back? And it's not just like it's in one category so that they could split up their happiness. It's in two of them, in the Cup and in the major SP9s. And if you're core, probably not a good day.
No, not yet. And this is what racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife is all about, and what the Nürburgring Langstrecken series is all about, because you have so many top cars that if you're just that little bit off the mark, you're miles behind. You just get swamped. So drive-through penalty served to the number 322 Shoot Sim Racing car. Incident responsibility. As we see a proper Talladega-esque drag race down towards Tiergarten. Oh, it's absolutely side by side. This is going to be very, very tight, but do they get it through? They do. Oh, just about. No quarter taken or given. Wowee. Say Martin Ascher for Ascher Racing just gets the move done there on Rennie Osterkamp for Team 75 by Sim RC. God, we're only 10 minutes in. I don't know how much I can take of this. This is fantastic stuff here from the, well, all classes. 4 classes, all in their own race, all racing at once. And, oh, mirror to mirror there going through Tiergarten once again. It's the Reparix machine, Reparix Cup and .xee green Porsche. So tight at the front here. But again, Coanda SimSport, Zach Campbell pulling away confidently here.
Exactly, and just a question for you, Peter, before I tell you more about this battle for second place. Are we ever going to get tired of that visual of cars going side by side heading into the Tiergarten section? Ever?
I'll always be as nervous.
I mean, that's just the case with everybody, right? What a visual, what a sight. And coming back to that battle for second place, Team 75 by Simas in the Cup 2 category got jumped because heading towards the mid part of the Dottinger, they were second. Both IES Sim Racing, Schweiss and Ascher Racing smartly got their legs ahead and they were able to get the positions up. So Team 75, well, nothing ventured, nothing gained in a way because they would always be number 4, but they just got big hit. And it could have been P2 for them at the end of the snap. It is actually right now P number 4. So a bit of a tricky situation for Rennie Osterkamp. Let's see if he can bounce back right now.
Yeah, we shall see. So the honour of Mercedes being held up at the moment by Team Windward in third at the moment, leading this train of cars, followed by Bruno Spengler in the black and white stripe machine there. The Team BMW bank car, Elias Seppinen in fourth overall, with Phil Dennis just watching what's going on there. Now back in the SP10 class, Will Tragutha fighting as hard as he possibly can, and he's been joined 2 cars behind by another of the BMWs. So a little bit better showing this time from the BMWs, but at the front, leading at the beginning of lap 1, is the Sim Racing Porsche of Maxim Ramstein from Team RSO 397, and racing fuel simulators, Barra, so number 398. The first of the BMWs, Will Jugurtha there, he's in 4th position, closely followed by RN Vision STS, so definitely better stuff from the BMWs this time by.
Absolutely, things are getting better for them right now, and it's Walking Horse in P number 4 that are able to just slightly pull ahead because RN Vision and Race Fox, they are in a bit of a tussle with each other. And let's actually wait and watch to see where the Porsche can come good and where the BMW gets things a bit better. Heading into this hairpin, I get a feeling that Race Fox will have a bit of an edge, so they might be sending it. We can't quite see it right now, but the same can be said about this very battle right behind them. Watch as the Porsche potentially is just able to carry that little bit more speed into the corners, but it will struggle on the exit because the BMW just has that raw pace and that raw power. Let's wait and watch. But I'm intrigued, Peter, in this SP10 category, Team RSO are dropping back a little bit to Corson Racing. Last time out, they were the better ones in qualifying, but in a similar situation, RSO got their opening couple of laps a little bit jumbled up. So let's wait and watch to see if they can do something similar, maybe improve on that.
Absolutely, yeah. It seems that Maxim Ramstein's really in the groove at the moment. Interesting how we've got a kind of standout performer in each class. The leaders starting to pull away in each class. At the moment, Corson Racing, in SP3T are leading by 3 seconds. By about just over a second at the moment. So starting to be a little bit of a gap there forming 2. So yes, interesting stuff. But at the front in SP9, well, it's 2.4 seconds the advantage Lauren Heinrich has over Sami Matti Trogan, with the Team Winward Mercedes sitting in 3rd at the moment. Norbert Kiss in 3rd. Norbert Kiss, the 36-year-old Hungarian, 2-time FIA Euro truck racing champion. So he's used to big-engined machinery. Maybe that's why he chose the Mercedes.
Oh yeah, exactly, and he's making it work, right? That's the best part. That's the amazing thing. Norbert Kiss coming in and straight away making it work. I don't think he was there in the first round of the championship, was he? But just coming in here straight away and getting things done. It's outstanding. And look at this, one of the Porsches getting the better of the BMW. That has to be, folks, the Deutsche Payment. Yep, the Deutsche Payment car. Yep. Yeah,
number 287 Deutsche Payment car there, just using the corner speed of the Porsche through Schwedenkreuz, a very, very big commitment corner, especially in a GT4 car actually, in the SP10 class, because you really are asking a lot of it through there, through Schwedenkreuz. But back to, is this Talladega? No, it's the Dottinger hole, as the Winward Mercedes actually able to almost pull away with the BMWs in the draft. Of course, the BMWs have a 20 kilogram addition and slight power reduction compared to their rivals. So the BMW is quite hampered, quite pegged back on balance of performance, but the Mercedes using that straight line grunt very well, very, very well indeed. And interestingly there as well, Sunil, that 7 kilogram addition after round 1, not holding them back too much.
Exactly. Well, it's a fact, right? Good teams will always come up ahead. That's the amazing thing. And look at this run from the Lamborghini. My word, we just got away at a really unfortunate moment to an even better battle right now, because BS Competition and behind them, their siblings, the Team Bank car getting swamped by the Mahler, the Porsche. Look at the balance in the middle of the corner, but the BMW using its grunt towards the end. And Mahler get it done. But I get a bad feeling, Peter. The hairpin, BS, Mahler and Team Bank. Oh, I get flashbacks to the last race.
Yes, I think that was it was the Elias, it was number 89 BS Competition car. I think that they had a clash. The car in front of Phil Dennis in the Mahler Porsche, but that was a super move there from the American Phil Dennis in the Mahler Porsche. I mean, using the manoeuvrability, the nimble nature of the Porsche 911 GT3R at just the right moment. Now, it doesn't quite have the straight line speed of the BMW, but definitely has the manoeuvrability as well, and good braking performance as well. Now, this is penalties being served here from both the GT Tyre BMW and the FSP Lamborghini as well for earlier incidents. So that penalty box, Sunil, there, that is where we will see the teams who do have a success pit stop to serve the Mercedes AMG Team HRT, BS Competition, and Corse and Racing Porsche, they will have to serve those time penalties in that box at the start of pit lane.
Exactly. And well, there's a goodwill corridor, and I love how it's defined, right? It's so classic. A goodwill corridor. So if you're under around a second, the gap between your stop and the official designated time, it's okay. You can be let go. But if it's, say, more than a second, the gap, you will actually have to go in there and maybe just get another one done. And if it's around 15 odd seconds, which doesn't matter for everyone, right? Because, of course, there's only 2 teams that have to do a pit stop that's more than 15 seconds. For them, they'll have to do a drive-through penalty and come back in there for that one. So it's interesting how these penalties are lined up. But yes, they don't have to do an extra stop. Part of the same pit lane stop, in a way. They just have to stop at the penalty box before and then proceed to take servicing. And yeah, it could really hamper their race, but the good teams, Peter, eventually all come up ahead. But what's strange is that all the teams that actually have that success pit stop aren't quite looking as dominant or even as comfortable as they did the last time out. So is it kind of like a double whammy in a way? One from the organizers and one from themselves?
Okay, so incident decision, a warning for car number 3, Corse and Racing. That's Thomas Preining driving that machine, the young Austrian driver who's driven for the Falcon Tire team in the Nürburgring 24-hour this year. Very quick driver indeed is Thomas. So Corse and Racing definitely get their choice of young factory pros from Porsche to drive with them. Of course, Dennis Olsen driving for Corse and Racing last time when they got onto the podium. But speaking of Porsches, this is the battle at the front. Niels Lawrence trying to chase down Maxim Ramstein, who we were right on board on the engine cover of the Maxim Ramstein Porsche Cayman. Of course, a little bit different to the 911, the Cayman, or the 718 as it's now called. It's a mid-engine machine, 3.8 litre in this version. The new version has a 4 litre. There's a point now, Samel. I wonder when we'll get the updated version.
I'm not actually very caught up with the Caymans and all that's happening with them. So,
yes, I do know that there's. Well, of course, the GT4 RS, the road car, is about to be launched and did a 7-minute lap in the hands of. In the hands of in the hands of Jörg Bergmeister, and each dealer in the United Kingdom is getting 1 car each. So I wouldn't want to be the dealer telling some very good customers they're not allowed to get one.
That's crazy. By the way, Team RSO just getting past Corse and Racing for the lead right here in SP10 and making sure that the Porsche, as we speak about it, just in a good limelight again. But, well, 1 per dealer and 7 minutes. That is just so fast. Well, I think the real world came in RS. They did a 709, didn't it? The GT4 RS at the Nürburgring or something.
Yes, that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. From,
and going 9 odd seconds faster?
Yeah, it's fast. Oh, yeah. That's what you get when you put Uncle Jörg in the car as well, though.
That's true, yeah.
Good old Jörg. Now, Phil Dennis is on the move. He's managed to not only dispatch with the Team BMW bank car, which he did, of course, in the Grand Prix lap of this part of this lap, he's got past the 89 of Elias Seppänen as well. So Phil Dennis now on the move. He's pulled the pin in that Mala Porsche, now hunting down the windward Mercedes, the third placed windward Mercedes of Norbert Kiss. Now, a little bit of a gap from Kiss up to Sami Matti Trogen is over 4 seconds. There you go, there's the gap. Matti Trogen just going through the shot there. Then there's Norbert Kiss, then Phil Dennis, then Seppänen, then Bruno Spengler. At the front, 2.5 seconds the lead. So Heinrich has got a bit of an initial gap, Samil, but he's not been able to accumulate it at the same rate. It's been pretty steady for the last little while.
Yeah, exactly. He's been building it up bit by bit. And his laps are significantly faster, right? Around 6 odd tenths of a second, 7 odd tenths of a second. But you get a feeling that with Coanda and the flow that they've been in, maybe they can go that bit faster. Again, they love it, right? But the last time out, the HRT team, I think by the time we came to the first pit stop, Peter, weren't there some 5-6 odd seconds ahead of all the others? So let's wait and watch what actually happens, because that 5-6 second cushion that they had eventually was able to help them out quite a fair bit once everybody cycled out of the pit lane. And that is something that Coanda will be looking to build in, and they've got some time on their side. And Sammy Matty Trogan now defending from Kiss, and Mahler not just able to get that much closer. But speaking of closeness, it's always close in Cup 2, isn't it? These guys will just never, ever drift away. I certainly hope so, no?
No, and well, the gap at the front, very impressive run so far from Zach Campbell. The gap nearly 5 seconds now back from our leader, Zach Campbell, in the number 208 Coanda Porsche, back to the IES Sim Racing Schweiz Cup as well, Moot Curve, it's called Bravery Corner. You need a lot of moot to get through that corner safe, and yeah, that's really tight stuff there in Cup 2. But you really do see the straight line performance of the Mercedes. Each car makes its lap time in a slightly different way. The Porsche definitely making it on the brakes and in the corners, and even in the draft, Phil Dennis not quite able to get a move on the windward Mercedes of Norbert Kiss. Does pull up a car length or two, but nowhere near as much as you would expect. So, but Phil Dennis definitely making the moves forward. Of course, in that incredible fight for the win, just missed out to Danny Giosa last time out. But of course, with that late race penalty, dropped right down the order. So work to do for Phil Dennis and Ryan Barneveld in the 91 Mala Porsche, and right around the outside, like a wasp around a warthog, there goes the Porsche. And there you go, in just three corners, one section of track, Simil, we've seen very distinctly the differences between those two cars. Mercedes very fast on the straight, the Porsche fantastic through the corners.
And it's the best place to get your move done if you're Phil Dennis right now, because the upcoming section, the entire Grand Prix circuit, is full of corners, tight, twisty, and by the time that the Mercedes will be able to catch up at that back stretch that we're going to have in a couple of corners, you already have the chance to build a good enough gap, as Phil Dennis has done right away. So instead of the Mercedes being close enough to make a move back on Phil, he's actually fallen back into the clutches of Elias Stepanin. Perfectly plotted out move right there by Phil Dennis. Really smart driving. And now, two cars that are equally quick on a straight line. BS competition to the BMW, Mercedes windward. I hope that they don't spend too much time and they don't waste too much time fighting against each other, Peter, because then, well, we don't want to see the Mahler car go away so easily, do we? Now, it'll be a bit of a shame, especially considering that we know that BS competition have to pay that success penalty either way. So if they drag the Mercedes windward team along with them, it essentially breaks away a battle that could potentially happen in the future. So stay calm, guys. Put up a bit of a show.
Well, this is the opportunity now for Phil Dennis, now coming onto the Nordschleife. He's really got to try and build a gap and try and break the slipstream, try and break that aerodynamic toe back to Norbert Kiss, because if Norbert Kiss, in that menacing looking windward Mercedes, if he gets in the draft, he will just blow straight by the Porsche. But back on the Dottinger hole, the Cup 2 class, Martin Ascher trying to hold off the Bernhard Team 75 by SimRC 275 machine as it's getting very, very tight. You can only get away with that so many times, but it's a big lunge there as well, and that slows them both down a little bit as well there. So that's the 275. Rennie Osterkamp does get the move done, but that does release the number 269 ISES Sim Racing Schweiz Cup car of a Moser.
And Asher won't take this lightly. Here they come heading into turn number 1. The outside line is a place that can work, well, for better or for worse, because eventually they end up losing time to the German Sim Racing car. Just didn't quite get the right exit. And German Sim Racing, sharp as they are, they now have a clear target on their side. But eventually, Peter, half an hour in, and finally, Team 75 are able to make a move heading into turn number 1. It's taken a while, but thank goodness they finally got something done. Not at turn number 1, my apologies, but at the Tiergarten section. My word, they were trying hard so many times.
Yeah, just on that last bit in the Tiergarten into Hohenrain, a really good move there. Of course, the Team 75 crew, of course, owned by Timo Bernhard, a 5-time winner of the Nürburgring 24-hour, an absolute legend of this particular circuit, and of course the unofficial outright lap record holder as well with the Porsche 919 Evo. Incredible lap time. 5 minutes 18 seconds. Just let that, just for the Nordschleife albeit, but incredibly impressive. That's one of my favourite things to do on iRacing actually, is take the Porsche 919 around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. I can never get close to Timo's time though.
You know
Fun
what,
to
Peter?
try.
Actually, it's fun to try until you come up to, say, the second sector and you absolutely bin it. And then you have to go back again, and then you come to the mid part of the track again. Yeah, exactly. It's so fast that car. I mean, to be honest, Peter, when that lap came in, didn't we all think that it was fast forwarded initially?
Yeah.
It was just that fast.
It's absolutely incredible. If you've never seen it, folks, do look it up on YouTube. The Nürburgring lap record, Timo Bernhard 919 Evo.
Crazy.
It's a wonderful tribute, and it gives a wonderfully modern context to just how impressive Stefan Belov's lap in 1983, the last time the Nürburgring 1,000 kilometres was on the Nordschleife. 6 minutes 11 seconds. It does really put that in context, just how impressive that actually was. And so now Maxim Ramstein, former leader of the race. Now that's telling there. We just heard a glimpse of that, Simil. Maxim Ramstein lifting off nice and early. He's quite happy to sit there in second and save a bit of fuel. But these two BMWs, not a great deal of fuel saving on here as Will Trigurtha just holds on to the advantage in the Total Volkenhorst BMW. That was tight.
That was tight indeed, and Will Trigurtha has been constantly fighting off and trying to fend off that position in the background there. It's tremendous. Even though the BMW, as you rightly mentioned, Peter, might have one hand tied to their back, they still are amazing at putting on a show. And what's crazy is that RaceFox, well, they got one position up, they've tapped the car ahead of them though. They fell back on that position a lap ago, they were up ahead, and now that they've gone behind, their frustrations are evident.
Yes, I could imagine. Yes, that's right into the back of the 333 car there, driven by Maximilian Den. And yeah, the thing is though, we must mention, of course, that there is a limited number of iRacing incident points that the drivers or the teams can accumulate. So if you step over track limits, which yes, you do get it occasionally here at the Nordschleife, it's normally punished severely, but if you do step over track limits, that's 1 incident point. If you have a spin or hit the wall, it's 2. And if you hit another driver, it's 4. So that would have been 4 incident points. The slightly frustrating aspect to it is, though, Simil, is if you're rear-ended like that, you get 4 incident points as well. Now, of course, that is why Phil Dennis received a last lap drive-through penalty, which inevitably, well, in the end, ruined that car's race. So the drivers do need to keep an eye out for those incident points.
Exactly that. But, I mean, in a way, it's a blessing in disguise, right? Because P6 wasn't too bad for Mahler, and now they don't get a penalty. And currently they are running in 3rd place. So, all things considered, it could have been worse, but that's the thing, right? They could have had that win. And considering how close it was, Peter, had they not been firstly A, hit, or secondly had their incident limit come through, they definitely would have won that race by a bigger margin, for sure. So it's awfully frustrating to see your race win robbed away by something that isn't even your fault. Well, the 4X might not be your fault, but all the other 26 points that you collect, that is something under your control. And at the Nürburgring, I accumulate 30 X's in 2 laps. So how are they not able to do it under 3 hours? It's just crazy. I don't even get it.
Yeah, it's a tough challenge, that is for sure. Now we're seeing a super battle here between this is an NLS trio. We've got the Team Huizenveld Mercedes of Adam Christodoulou. We've got the Lamborghini of Dylan Pereira, and right behind there in the Landgraf Mercedes, the Mann-Filter machine, we have Raffaele Marciello, who is obviously really quite hampered there by the damage. He cannot keep it up on the straight. Oh, as Pereira snips the nose of Christodoulou. Oh, that was bold there from the Luxembourgese driver. Oof. Very, very close indeed. Now starting to come through a little bit of SP3T class traffic. Marciello definitely better through the corners, but he's really hampered by that damage on the front of the car, Sunil. Not got the straight line pace to compete.
Absolutely, and now we've got traffic coming in and trying to complicate things as well. And the Mercedes, now, had this been a Porsche, they maybe could have fought back a little bit, maybe used the balance to get something on the Lamborghini, but it isn't. So they aren't able to do that. And that's the interesting part with the Mercedes. You can see the Lamborghini clearly break away in that middle part of the track, middle part of the corner, my apologies. And that's why, for these nimble cars, for these slightly more agile cars, turn number 1 is the best place to make a move anyway. You just are able to suffocate the Mercedes or the BMW in that case because they can't make it up in the corners, whatever they do.
So let's have a replay presented by Goodyear. Adam Christodoulou has a spin. So he was running so well there, and that explains why he's a little bit further back in the order. Adam Christodoulou, the man from Lichfield in England, and of course a winner of the Nürburgring 24 Hours in 2016 with the Black Falcon team with Mercedes, long-standing Mercedes factory driver and a very keen sim racer is Adam. And he's got his mirrors full of Raffaele Marciello. I'm sure something that gives most pro drivers nightmares.
Exactly. And it's a battle that I've been waiting to see for a while. Landgraf Mercedes versus Heusinger Team Mercedes. Two similar cars, so you can't quite even say that, it's difference in cars, so it's not quite equal. Fair, straight fight across the Nürburgring. And momentum has to be on Marciello's side right now because we have that speed. Look at traffic! Things get rather tight and twisty here. And all of a sudden, Marciello could have the golden opportunity, Peter.
Well, this is almost what Marciello needs as well. He needs to be in the draft of Christodoulou because he does not have the straight line speed on his own. He needs that toe to overcome that deficit. Look, you can see there, Christodoulou is actually pulling away with Marciello in the draft. That's the straight line speed disadvantage. So let's see what happened to Marciello. So no damage at this point. Loses it. And, big hit into the wall. Now I'm trying to pick a moment where that is. It's hard to tell from that angle, but nevertheless. So both Christodoulou and Marciello dropping back with mistakes. Now the difference for Christodoulou is he didn't hit the wall, whereas Marciello hit it and hit it hard.
Exactly. Christodoulou lost more time in one go, and Marciello were losing time with every single lap. And that's the difference. You can see why Marciello isn't quite able to get past. It will take some driving to actually get that Mercedes with the damage ahead of Christodoulou. And it's a shame that they're able to fight only for a position like 13th, isn't it, Peter? Because you see these big names, you often think like, they're going to be someone in the top 10, but, was that a Lamborghini we saw stop there? That is a bit of an odd place to do that, isn't it?
Yeah, that is indeed. Well, Dylan Pereira trying his best to try and pull it. He's very, again, typical of the Lamborghini Huracan, very good on corner speed, very, very well balanced car is the Lamborghini Huracan, but maybe doesn't quite have the straight line grunt. That Mercedes got some real pull in a straight line. That is the joy of SP9 racing. You have very different recipes to make a very similar lap time. And the Mercedes recipe, the Alterbach recipe, is grunt, sheer brute force. Whereas the Bologna recipe is a little bit more refined. The Lamborghini Huracan, a little bit more sophistication, but not got the outright straight line speed, but very good through the corners. Brilliant to watch this racing between these two marks in the digital form. Of course, these are the drivers that you would see in the real world Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. All three of them regulars in this championship. Of course, Marciello, particularly right in the hunt for the Nürburgring 24 Hour this year. It just didn't quite go the team's way. It was a tricky race, lots of little intermittent spurts of rain, and that really caught a lot of teams out. Now time for another replay, presented by Goodyear. Jochen Krumbach coming into Metzgesfeld and just carries that little bit too much speed, and I think gets unsided there by the SP10 car, and ends up in the same barrier that, funnily enough, the number 5 Phoenix Racing Audi of Dries Vanthoor ended up in that very same barrier in the Nürburgring 24 this year.
Must be something with Phoenix, right?
To an extra level.
Can we call it the Phoenix barrier, though? No.
Yes, you ride out of it.
Rather unfortunate to see that nickname being stuck on. But yeah, crazy incident over there. The Lamborghini, always known to be a twitchy car. And heading into Metzgesfeld, we saw that the car was just losing control consistently. Now that's why we saw that Lamborghini stopped over there. It was them. And actually, a word on another couple of cars in the SP9 category. I get a feeling that Sim Racing and Cartland Esports by OKCS have been given a DTP. Remember, they were under investigation for incidents on the very first lap. Oskari Rinner in the core number 3 car has come in, and the same can be said for Cartland. So I think, and we will get that confirmed, they may have completed their drive-through penalty. Phew, finally.
No, that's interesting because Thomas Preining has not completed his 45 minutes continuous drive time. So Sim Racing Porsche now being driven by Oskari Rinner, according to our timing screen.
It's not
that's not at the drive time. He's got to be at 45 minutes. So that means that later in the race, Thomas Preining is going to have to do another 45 minutes.
Correct.
That's a strange one there, I would say.
Oh, no, hang on a moment. I might be slightly caught out by that one. So it may not be a drive-through. It's actually a normal stop, but they also have taken their success penalty at the same time, which is why they dropped down so much more. Remember, they had to do it considering they finished in 3rd. So that's why the timing looks slightly longer. So my apologies for that one. But yes, they've changed drivers as well. But they are banking on a driver change towards the end, though. So Thomas will be coming in. So, I don't know, strategic? Not sure.
Must be. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't make a blunder on easily, that's for sure. But definitely Oskari Rinner will be quicker than Thomas Preining in that car. Oskari, one of the very best in the world and front runner in the sim racing world. So, yeah, difficult start to the day for Sim Racing at the moment, but it's a long race, 2 hours and 20 minutes remaining of this contest as we ride on board with the Marshmallow Racing machine of Moritz Weinreich coming out of Galgenkopf. This is one of 2 of the most important corners on the circuit, because the more speed you can carry out of here, you get that benefit all the way down the 3 kilometres of the Dothinger Pole. You can see the castle up there on the right hand side, and here we go. Here comes the draft right up into the top of top gear. The pistons bouncing off the bonnet here. You can't ask much more of an Audi RS3 TCR machine.
And let's wait and see if Marshmallow Racing can actually keep it upright, because now they need that advantage to keep the position. And because they've got that done here, they might be under threat at turn number 1. So let's wait and watch to see if Marshmallow actually keep it at the end of the GP layout. That's the beautiful thing of the Nürburgring. You've got 3 long straights coming up one after the other. Tremendous.
Yeah, and that's, of course, there's another long run down here, down towards turn 1. So the 401 machine there of Nürburgring Esports team might be able to get the own back. Maybe not quite. It looks like Marshmallow Racing have been able to just hang on to it. Yes, they have. But this superb battle carries on in SP10. Will Tregurtha holding off the Race Fox machine, the number 331 car. Just and no more. That's Krosny driving that machine, and they're just starting to pull away from the Aron Vision STS car just a bit. But these BMWs, they really are punching above their weight at the moment, with the a Porsche 123 out at the front at the moment. About 15 seconds between this pack fighting for fourth and the leading battle.
Yeah, exactly. And let's wait and watch to see if RaceFox can do something special strategy-wise, because normally that's what they usually tend to do. They're a very quiet team, right? They don't make much of a mess when they're usually racing, just very easily are able to carve their way past. And that is something that they'll have to do, well, quite opposite to their style here, because against the BMW, you clearly have to go bombastic and use your advantage on the corners. And unfortunately for them, most of the corners here are rather tight. So, game on.
Game on indeed, yes. So at the front, Lauren Heinrich leads now by 4.7 seconds, pulling the gap out from Sami Matti Trojan in the Walkenhorst BMW, a 7:49.6 last time by for Lauren Heinrich. A very impressive lap time indeed. Phil Dennis sits in third position, just starting to pull away to the tune of about 2 seconds from the Mercedes Team Windward car of Norbert Kiss. In the Cup 2 category for the Porsche 911 Cup machines, that's led by the Kwanda Simsport machine of Zach Campbell by 8 seconds at this moment in time. SP10 led by Corson Racing Porsche and SP3T led by Corson Racing Audi. We'll be back in just a moment for the 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series.
Die schönsten Dinge an Weihnachten sind umsonst. Deshalb schenken wir euch die ersten 6 Monate den Tarifpreis für Internet, Mobilfunk und TV. Jetzt in allen Vodafone-Shops und auf Vodafone.de. Together we can.
Could be larger than life, bigger than the world, living out the hopes and dreams of every boy and every girl. You know you could.
Welcome back to the NIMEX 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. And right on cue, Lauren Heinrich brings in the leading Coanda SimSport Porsche 911 GT3R into pit lane from a pretty handy lead indeed. Now, will he hand over to Josh Rogers now or later on in the race? We shall see in just a moment. There's Sami-Matti Trojan right behind, a very strong stint from him in the Volkenhorst BMW. Heinrich hits his marks and indeed does the driver change. So Joshua Rogers, the double Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup champion, will get on board that machine. And most of the SP9 cars coming in to take their pit stops at the moment, Simil.
Right on cue, Peter. Exactly as we expected. So 6 lap stints for everybody, as is always going to be the case in the SP9. So perfectly normal, perfectly fine. I don't think we're going to see much of a change in terms of strategy in SP9. So it largely becomes a straight fight. And a question of which drivers can deliver when. Because remember, in the last race, Team HRT were able to bring out 3 different drivers in relation to Marlowe's 2. And Danny Giosa eventually, in the end, was the one that made the difference and was able to be so calm and so composed that he got the win for his team eventually. So watch out on that, because so many teams are actually opting out for a different approach in terms of their drivers. But a word on Coanda, a word on what Lauren Heinrich has done so far. It's interesting, Peter, in the last race, when we came to the first pit stops, the HRT team had a gap of 6 seconds. Heinrich here, 5.5 heading into the pit stops. I can't say he's done a bad job though, has he? He's just been tremendous.
Yeah, indeed. Well, the pit stops, interesting pit stop cycle.
Well.
Sami-Matti Trojan, much quicker, just 8 seconds 8 seconds less than the Coanda Porsche team, who of course did do a driver change. So Joshua Rogers on board the Coanda Porsche with Sami-Matti Trojan in the BMW. He's flashing his lights. There's no one in front of him. Maybe he's flashing at us. Hello, Sami-Matti. Maybe he's saying, thanks very much for your mention of the Alpecin anti-balding shampoo. Maybe. And of course,
I just
running
love it.
the 34, that has got to be one of the most evocative numbers I love racing numbers. Of course, it's a number that's been run by Volkenhorst for so many years. But of course, I'm a motorcycle guy, and that's the same number was run by the legend that is Kevin Schwantz. That's Kevin 34. As soon as I see 34, I think Kevin Schwantz.
Something with the number, isn't it? There's 34 Kevin Schwantz, there's 88 Dale Earnhardt Jr. We turned right over here, that's something, but I think Dale Jr. was pretty handy at road courses as well. Which other famous number have we got here today? Has 91 been used by anyone?
Yes, Malaracey, that's a works Porsche number. That's the number 91.
91, 92 and 93,
Porsche,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah. What else have we got? We've got the 44 Porsche. That's a old flying lizard number.
Nobody talks about 44 or 33 here today. Not one bit.
I've done it again. Oops. Oops. 5. Oh, of course, Phoenix, number 5.
Yes.
They own number 5, definitely. So, yeah, we've got an 8. Of course, I wonder, Coanda, it's interesting. They've got 88 and 8, which, of course, 8 is very, very lucky in Chinese culture. So, I wonder if there's a connection there.
Maybe it's a sign. Maybe they're teasing us. Who knows?
Maybe. But Sami-Matti, this is going to be... Now, this is a proper all-star slugfest here. Sami-Matti Trojan and Joshua Rogers, 2 iRacing World Championship level... Well, 2 iRacing World Champions battling at the front. One in a BMW, one in a Porsche. Sami-Matti, of course, the difference, Sami-Matti does have real-world experience of the Nordschleife specifically, whereas Josh Rogers, although very, very handy in karting, a former state karting champion in his home country of Australia, very much the sim specialist and one of the top sim racers in the world, if not the top sim racer in the world at this moment in time.
Yeah, exactly. And Rogers, one of those big superstars, isn't he, of the world of sim racing nowadays? When you think of, top sim racing drivers, you maybe end up thinking Rogers, Job, and another name that comes to mind is Beneke. These 3 guys have always been always up there, and these are the names you instantly recognize. Him up against Sammy Matty Trogan is a battle I didn't know I wanted until I actually got it. But there's one defining factor to it. Coanda have taken 2 tires in this stint, whereas Walkenhorst have actually not quite done that. So maybe Coanda are going to have the advantage in that sense that their tires and the rubber is going to be slightly faster. And maybe that's where they could have the edge over Walkenhorst, who, well, are double stinting, which eventually everyone does. But to do it at the start, let's see if that gamble pays off. If I remember correctly, Peter, didn't in the last race, didn't Mahler take tires early on? I'll just confirm on that. I've made note of it. Let's
Yes, I think it was the Mercedes that took rear tyres, I think it was. Yes, I think we were debating if it was 2 or 4. I was watching that back earlier on as well, a couple of days ago as well. So, yes, it's that strategy is very, very important. And it does seem that Rogers, interestingly, on the Nordschleife particularly, really getting into the groove and pulling in the BMW of Sami Matti Trogan. However, getting up to the back of Sami Matti Trogan will be one thing, but getting by with the straight line speed deficit that the Porsche has will be tricky. But in this section, this is Porsche country. This right on the climb up towards Hohe and then down through Wipperman, down towards Esbach. It's fast flowing corners. This is Porsche country.
Absolutely, and now that gap comes down, and now you see the tires coming in handy with the Porsche. And let's wait and watch actually, because, you know, as the car eventually gets lighter with the fuel load, that Porsche can become rather nandy-dandy, plus with fresher tires. So let's wait and watch if Joshua Rogers can do something special here. And let's be honest, it's Joshua Rogers. You will see something special happening with him. But Sami Matti Trogan, as you mentioned, Peter, bringing the real-world experience. And honestly, that's the thing you might end up needing, right? Just a little bit cleverness. And that is something that can work out in your favor in most places.
Yeah, no question about it. Well, at the front of the field, what a performance this has been so far from young Zach Campbell from Atlanta, Georgia, right up the front by 12 and a half seconds now, the gap from Campbell back to his nearest competitor. Still waiting on the first stop for the 992 Cup machines. They've got a slightly bigger fuel tank to the SP9 cars. And actually we saw this last time out, Smil, the winner, the Asher Racing car, actually finishing on the lead lap with the SP9 cars. So 2 hours and 5 minutes to go here at the Nürburgring for the NIMEX 3-hour race in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, presented by Goodyear Tyre. And we hope you're enjoying the coverage so far. And these stunning battles going on. Now, onto the Dottinger Hole we go then. Volkenhorst BMW, Sami Matti Trogan going to use the muscle from Munich from that straight 6 turbocharged engine in the front of the M4. Joshua Rogers will be screaming along the Dottinger Hole here with that 4-litre naturally aspirated flat 6 right up to the top of the rev range. And even in the draft of that BMW, cannot pull much time, but will be able to just be that little bit lighter on the fuel consumption. Is right onto the back of Matti Trogan. Definitely that Porsche just that little bit better on the brakes there.
Exactly. And so let's wait and watch. Is turn 1 the place for the Porsche to get it done? Ideally, yes, because then you can build up that gap in the middle sector of the Grand Prix circuit, but you can't quite make a move here because Rogers isn't quite close enough. So if Peter, he does not quite get it done at the end of that final straight that we had before we head to the Nordschleife, where else can Josh Rogers pass? Maybe he'll have to wait for another lap. Maybe he might have to do it at the exit of Schwedenkreuz, and that is going to be something so brave. Maybe if not there, of the bravery curve, the mood curve. This is going to be spicy if Rogers can't quite get the move done.
Well, this is interesting as well, is that, Joshua Rogers now, this is in the GP circuit, the tight and twisty technical corners. This is where we saw Phil Dennis make a move on the BS competition and Team BMW Bank cars with his Porsche. I wonder if Rogers looks like he's trying to do the same. If he can't get by course, you can just sort of sit in the slipstream, sit on the coattails of Sami Trojan and keep the fuel consumption down and get that benefit in the pit stops. But as you mentioned, Samil, if this Coanda car has 2 new tyres on, and if Sami Trojan does not, you need to repay that investment. You've taken time in the pit lane to put them on. You need to make the most of them. And here you go. Oh, it's Sabina Schmidt's curve. Oh, not quite. Not quite. I think, that would have been, I think if Joshua could have pulled that move on, Sabina would have been very, very proud of that one, I think.
You read my mind, Peter. I was about to say the exact same thing. And now look at traffic. Oh my God, the BMW being hampered by its cousins. And Rogers is going side by side, but they touch. The worst possible outcome, Peter. The worst possible outcome.
Well, it'd be interesting to get a Goodyear replay of that, because that seemed quite a low percentage move there. It just seemed a little bit on the desperate side from Joshua Rogers. We'll get another look at it, but wow, that changes the complexion of this motor race completely. And look at the damage on the back of that car. There's a little bit on the rear wing there, and that is going to hamper the speed of that 88 Coanda Porsche. So Sami Trojan carries on. It looks like he is relatively unscathed from that incident. Well, I'm sure we will have a replay of that in just a moment. Samil, what do you think?
The perils of traffic at the Nürburgring, Peter, and I think Rogers sensed an opportunity right there. Of course he did. But was it a bit too optimistic? Was it a bit too brave, I suppose? Because in hindsight, it clearly was, but the gap was fading over there. And that's something that Josh Rogers does, right? If Rogers doesn't make moves like that one, he won't quite be Josh Rogers, because it's his aggression that wins him the races. So it was characteristic, but just really unfortunate that it didn't quite get to work out. And I was initially wondering, maybe the traffic hinders the BMW. Maybe Walk and Horse would be the ones being compromised. And Rogers certainly tried to make it that way, but I don't know. It's really changed the complexion. And now look at it. We're across, 10, 12 corners later, and then we see the second place Mahler car coming along. So Walk and Horse, their investment has paid off big time, and Ryan Barneveld in the Mahler car is 7.5 seconds behind Peter. My goodness, this Walk and Horse strategy has paid off, and I doubt it was Walk and Horse's mistake as well, so I don't think they'd be under investigation too, so win-win.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get another look at it, but wow, that's just really flipped the race on its head. And they're at Hoogeiken, just at the end of the Hatzenbach section, just coming onto the Kiddelbacher hole. Here we go then, replay presented by Goodyear. So Rogers is on the grass, and then I just don't think there was room.
Yeah.
I just do not think there was enough room on the road, and Rogers went for it, but at this stage of the race, it just seems a little bit too much risk-reward ratio there. I don't know. It's not something we would expect to see as, big lunge up the inside there from the LEGO Technic Lamborghini. Now, it was Dylan Pereira on board earlier on. It's now Dane Warren. Very impressive driver indeed.
Oh my God.
He goes through on the Heusingfeld Mercedes of Adam Christodoulou. So the LEGO Technic car on the move. Wowee. But your thoughts on that replay there, Simil?
I'll have to take a second to speak about that move from Dane Warren first.
Yes.
That cojones. I think Adam Christodoulou might recognize and say, you're that daring, right? Let me see if you can do something a little bit better. Amazing. But on that move, I completely second your thoughts, Peter. The room was just fading away. It's characteristic in a way that Josh Rogers will always go for the aggressive moves, will always go for the bravery, and more often than not, he's the one who executes it to perfection. But stuff happens, right? Sometimes it doesn't quite work out, but knowing Coanda, they showed amazing pace, so they can catch up. As you look at that replay from the onboard angle, and that's a bit too risky, no?
Yeah, I think it was room was not there. I think Sami Trojan held his line. Nothing he could have done about that. And yeah, race is not over though by a long chalk. I think
Clearly.
there's a lot of pace in that Coanda car, whether it be Joshua Rogers or Lauren Heinrich at the wheel. I think it's going to be fascinating to watch now, Simil, what they can do from where they are. They're They are, at the moment, overall, they are in 4th position and only
Correct.
14 seconds off the leader. So the day is not done. And, well, what a fight back we could see. But the car I've got an eye on right now is the Mala Racing Porsche is with Ryan Barneveld at the wheel, really on the move, but we'll have to overcome determined Sami Matti Trojan. This is storylines a go-go here in SP9, Simil. This is what we come to see.
Yeah, absolutely amazing the way it's actually panned out so far. And the amazing thing is, all the cars up ahead of the Coanda team, they do not have, well, they do have fresh rubber. Just like Coanda, they took 2 tires as well. So Mahler are in the same position that Coanda were in. They have fresh rubber, but Walking Horse do not. Let's wait and watch if that gap slowly comes down. But Coanda, tricky spot for them. They'll have to do something on their merit because all the other cars up ahead also have fresh rubber.
Another car you can't write off as well, as if this wasn't even any more competitive. The Mercedes AMG Team Windward car, now driven by Jack Sedgwick, a very fast driver, World Championship level driver, and particularly handy in a GT car as well. Now, he's only 3 seconds behind the Mala Porsche in second. Sami Matti Trojan all of a sudden has a gap of 8.5 seconds. Now, if you were tuning in just now, if you are just joining us on the LEGO Technic live stream, Smil, you'd think, oh, Sami Matti Trojan leading by 8.5 seconds. Oh, this race must be a snoozer. No, not quite.
Absolutely. I mean, it's been the bang opposite. I think Sami Matti Trojan at one point was largely in second place, trying to catch up, and the gap, guys, was 5.5 seconds. Walking Horse Motorsports, before just 20 odd minutes, were 5.5 seconds down, but they took a gamble in the pit stops that really worked out in their favor. And Coanda eventually got taken out, well, by their own error in a way. So that's how the things have played out. But one area where I'm really surprised is that BS Competition, have they not taken their... Oh no, yeah, they have taken their success stop. And that means that BS Competition is rid of the camel on their back. Now, they can charge in and try to pass BMW Team Bank and Coanda as well. And interestingly enough, their pace, well, it's only seemingly on the rise. It can get better. I like this, there's so many competitors all of a sudden.
Yeah, that is BS Competition are in a really good state because, finishing second last time out in the number 89 car scored very good points, and now that, like you say, the camel is off their back, they've got rid of that success penalty and are right in the hunt with good pace, sitting in 6th overall at the moment. And it's our FP10 cars, BMW versus Porsche here. Superb stuff. But yes, the BS Competition, I think it's very, very difficult to win the race with a success penalty from the previous event. But if you can get up there and maybe score a podium or a top 5, that I think is how this championship will be won and lost. It's how you bounce back with those success penalties. The one car that's had a pretty quiet day as these SP10 cars carry on their dogfight. Very quiet day, in fact, is the Mercedes AMG Team HRT car. Morris shooting at the wheel in 12th at the moment, but has served the 30-second penalty.
Yeah, no, things have been going on a bit of a decline for them. I think in qualifying as well, they had that clear issue where they weren't quite able to extract that much pace from their car. And so HRT in that rather sticky spot, even though they've taken their success penalty, things don't seem to be getting that much better. But let's wait and watch. And clearly, Morris Schuring is getting used to the Mercedes. Normally, in the real world, he's someone who drives a Porsche, and Juncker Della, someone who knows the Mercedes inside out. There's definitely going to be that performance difference, right? So let's see voice crack. Let's see if and when the sim racing drivers come into the car, if the HRT team is actually able to up their performance by that little bit more, because I get a feeling there is something extra in there. They're not going to finish 12th for sure.
No, definitely not. That is for certain. Yes, that's a very good point. Of course, if you're used to driving a Porsche with the engine, particularly a Porsche Cup machine, where the engine's right at the back, and then all of a sudden you're driving a car with an even bigger motor at the front, it's a different game, different ball game entirely before you even throw the virtual element in. Now, back nearer the front, Joshua Rogers is back on the charge, and that hit into the wall doesn't appear to be holding the Australian back at all. In fact, probably just made him angry, I would think. That you've got to think, Sunil, that Josh Rogers will maybe be questioning that snapped decision. You can never criticise a driver, I think, for those, split seconds decision. You either go for it or you don't, and you have to commit. And certainly Josh Rogers committed, that's for sure. Didn't take anyone else out in the process, of course, as well. But looking at this, Kai Koshube, one of the fastest sim racing drivers in the world, and he's pulling away. So obviously that car with Joshua Rogers on board, it's not too hampered after that clip with the wall.
Exactly. At the end of the day, it's Joshua Rogers, right? I mean, it just reminds me of a certain Dutch driver in a race that happened last week in Saudi Arabia, Max Verstappen. If you don't quite go for things that make you who are you at the end of the day, right? And that's the thing with Joshua Rogers. You expect him to make those flashy, out of the gate moves that he often ends up doing so well. Again, sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's a way of life, right? And knowing Coanda, that's the bounce back ability, Peter, that you mentioned. They always have that bounce back ability, regardless of whatever car they're racing in, whatever discipline, or even for that matter, whatever simulator. Because these days, they've actually been pretty good at the Assetto Corsa Competizione game as well. So the way they're turning things around, they're actually turning it into a sim racing mega brand of sorts.
Absolutely. Well, an update on SP3T. Leaders now coming into pit lane. Corsim Racing SP3T. Kieran Harrison hopping on board, taking over from Corentin Guinness. Low Grip Racing in second. They're in the pit lane too. Marshmallow Racing fourth, and Valkyrie Esport Rookie in fifth. All coming into pit lane. However, the drivers that stopped a lap earlier will all be coming rushing through now as well. So all on the move in SP3T, and a little bit more of a difficult run for Team Hoisingveld, who appear to have just dropped off the scent of the leaders a little bit. So we could be in for a Corsim Racing victory here, quite possibly. So we'll see. Of course, they missed out in the opening round of the season. Of course, the Team Hoisingveld getting the win there over Corsim Racing, but the score might be getting equalised here, Sunil.
Yeah, exactly. And after you consider how much of a bad day Corsim Racing have had in the SP9 category, how much of a bad day Corsim Racing have had in the SP10 category, to see something coming back their way in SP10 would actually be quite something. And I don't often use the word deserve it, but Corsim Racing, the way they prepared, the way they're always at the top, you kind of expect them to be there everywhere. You kind of expect them to take a couple of wins, but it hasn't quite happened in the first round. And RSO will be troubling them, right? RSO, they're not a team that will let you go lightly. In fact, in terms of preparation towards the race, I think RSO are one of the strongest ones that you can have out there. So it's a battle of preparation in this sense between Core and RSO. Who's been more prepared and who can actually adapt to the circumstances better? Because things can often change very quickly in SP10s.
Yes, that's very true. And Corsim Racing definitely got, they're spread right across all of the categories, competitive machines in each. But a possible double victory on the cards in SP10 and SP3T would be mighty impressive. We're riding on board with Moritz Lohner, one of the standout drivers of the opening round of the season. Very quick driver indeed, very good in the Porsche Cup car as well. But on the Lamborghini today for Dora Esports, up through towards Klostertal, and then turning right here up the hill towards, well, the most famous corner on the Nürburgring, and therefore probably the most famous corner in the world, the Caracciola Carousel, named after Rudolf Caracciola, who won the first car race here at the Nürburgring in a compressor Mercedes all the way back in 1927, the 19th of June 1927, and he remains immortal through the Caracciola Carousel. Average speed of 96 kilometres an hour. Imagine that in 1927, that's frightening. Only had to change his tyres once.
And no seatbelts, by the way, at that point of time as well. And,
Yes.
and they were actually pretty
No
well
proper
exposed.
helmet.
No proper helmet as well. It wasn't quite like driving a car, right? In 1927, it was more like riding a horse. And so a 96 mile per hour horse at the Nürburgring, no, that's not something I would like to do ever. That's too frightening for me. But actually in the 1930s as well, Caracciola had so many great duels with the likes of Nuvolari and all the others in the prehistoric Grand Prix championships that we used to have right here. And he was, amazing with the Mercedes team back in the day. The way they used to actually handle those rear engine cars was just something else. Not Mercedes. Mercedes didn't have rear engine. Auto Union, in fact, the previous form of Audi, they were the ones who actually used to have, believe it or not, in the 1930s, rear engine race cars at the Nürburgring. Can you imagine how frightening that must be without, of course, the Armco barriers or something like that?
Different league, and of course not the same level of race spec tarmac that we have today either.
Exactly.
Yeah, different level of scary. But you can see Daniel Muth here on the top left-hand side of your screen. You're thinking, what on earth is that on his head? That is a virtual reality headset, so that puts him right in the action of this, right in the cockpit of this Deutsche Payment Porsche Cup 2 machine, and the immersion with one of these is amazing. It also can be slightly nauseating as well. I have to say, I'm not an enormous fan. I think it does make me feel slightly ill, but apparently you've got to kind of push through that for a couple of weeks, and then once you get used to it, it is fantastic. But it's interesting that a lot of the pro guys don't use them because it's just not quite as quick as a triple screen setup.
Yeah, and plus there's the adaptation time as well, right? If you're a pro driver, you're so often competing in races every other day. And these are races where your livelihood is basically dependent on. So would you actually take the investment of trying to spend a couple of weeks? Well, speaking of, there's a car spun around. That has to be one of the TUV Rhineland cars, no?
It's number 40, yes, the ERC powered by FSP. Yep, that's Mark.
Yeah.
Raced in the Nürburgring 24 and the NLS in BMW Cup cars, and so he'll know the peril of, I think that's at Moot Curve. It looked like it, and he'll know the potential perils of trying to get a car turned around under a live racetrack. It's not easy, but what is easy is to lose it at Moot Curve. That's why it's such a scary corner. But a little bit further down the order here, Moritz Lohner and Jochen Krumbach for Lamborghini. It's Dor Esports. It's kind of been a story of what could have been for this team so far, Smil. Of course, they were running so well in race one, but just had a little incident which held them back a little bit. But with Moritz Lohner on board, they'll try and get some more points on the board, but it's just not quite gone their way.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame, right? Because Dor Esports, you nailed it on the head. What could have been at the first race that we had right here in the opening DNLS round, Dor Esports were tremendous. In fact, we thought that they were the ones being hit by BS competition actually in one of the corners. So it eventually was under further inspection that we found out that Dor Esports lost it on their own, which means that they lost the potential podium in the first race on their own accord, which is really a bit of a shame because they were one of the fastest teams. And right now is what.
Lamborghini, yeah, couldn't quite tell exactly where that was on the circuit, but just got a little. It looked maybe at Whipperman possibly catching the curb on the inside and going for a spin, but that's the tricky thing where if having a good spotter at the Nürburgring is very, very important, because if you've got a good spotter who's looking just a couple of corners ahead, they can say, okay, you've got two GT4 cars coming up, or you've got two SP3T cars now 3 corners away, 2 corners away, and you can have that anticipation. That's very important. It just seemed that just caught the driver out there slightly.
Yeah, speaking of that, it's something that you've brought out right on point, Peter, because we saw a message up on the screen saying under investigation car number 91 and 303 for a potential incident that happened between them. So that's actually Corsim Racing SP10, and in the SP9 category, that's Mahler Porsche. So when did that happen, and what could have been? Because that's normally not what we tend to see happening.
Well, that's interesting. So the Corsim Racing SP10 car, the Porsche, still leads the class, and the last lap was quick, a second or so quicker than the second place machine of Team RSO. And for Mala, also right on the pace, a 7:53 last time by. So whatever incident it was, it hasn't held back too much, as we ride now with the MRS esports machine with the Rova motor oil sponsorship on the front. Of course, I'll never forget the Rova. Of course, it wouldn't. Classic how it's a motor oil company. The finale of the Spa 24-hour last year, when the Rova Porsche team won just at the last moment with oil absolutely gushing out the gearbox. But Rova motor oil must be good, because the car kept going just about to get to the finish line. And of course, Rova, with their BMW winning the Nürburgring 24-hour in 2020 as well. And there is our SP10 leader. Now, it doesn't appear to be any damage on that SP10 Core Sim Racing Porsche there, so whatever the incident was, it was minor.
Yeah, exactly, but major enough to also cause a potential investigation from the steward. So let's actually wait and see if we can get an idea of what that really was, because it's baffling to see cars between two categories coming up with traffic and an incident being so serious that the stewards have to look at it. But well, more on that later on. That's something that's just speculation, and too much speculation is also not something that's very fun. Behind, you see two cars that are actually going head-to-head, toe-to-toe. That's RSO and Core Sim Racing. And interestingly enough, Peter, the last time out we saw them, I think a lap ago, they were dueling about RSO ahead. Core have now made that move back in here. It's amazing. Two categories where Core are having a bad day, and they make it up in SP10s. And that's the good part about spreading out your field, right? That at least somewhere you're able to make things up. Luckily.
Yes, indeed. Well, just coming to the end of the fourth lap of the stint for the SP9 cars, so that will be 2 laps to go before we see them back in the pit lane again. Sami Matti-Trogen holds just under an 8-second advantage from the Mala Racing Porsche of Ryan Barneveld. In third is the Windward Mercedes of Jack Sedgwick. Fourth is the Team BMW Bank car of Kai Kashubi. Josh Rogers now back in fifth again, so Kashubi has returned the favour. I wonder, Samuel, if Josh Rogers, that on the straights, the damage to the light damage, albeit that Kwanda Porsche might be holding him back slightly. In Cup 2, well, Zach Campbell continues his dominance at the front. 15 seconds is the advantage for the leader of the Cup 2 class, who has taken a pit stop, so doing a double stint to begin, and then we'll hand over to his co-pilot, and we shall see how they get on, trying to make amends for an unfortunate end to their race last time out. We'll be handing over to David Williams in a short moment. So, an hour and 40 minutes to go here at the Nürburgring for the NIMEX 3-hour race, part of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, presented by Goodyear Tyre. I hope you're enjoying the action here on the LEGO Technic live stream, as here Pascal Stix having to hold off Niels Carstensen here as they go into the Tiergarten, Simil. This is after an hour and 20 minutes of racing, absolutely bumper to bumper here.
You know, I actually kept a Tiergarten counter, and I've stopped counting because it's actually gone so much. Cars going side by side over here at Tiergarten, yeah, normal, it's the usual. We see it every other day, but still the drama of it. Let's wait and see if Team RSO are actually able to pull the rabbit out of the hat heading into turn number 1. And the beautiful part is, same car, so same characteristics, comes down to a straight fight. That what can you do as a driver to try and beat the other one? Setups, of course, are largely different on that. And the interesting part is, I know for a fact that both Core and RSO work intensely hard on their setups to try and give each other a little bit of an edge on the other team. Now, everything gets thrown out of the window. It's all about what you can do as a driver. Where can you spring a surprise? Where can you maybe just disrupt the other's race? The hairpin could have been a chance, but Core blocked it off really smartly. But where's the other RSO car though? Because normally we end up seeing 2 of them. Of course, there's the Racing Fuel Simulators car as well. And so far, they haven't quite been much of a threat. They are in P number 3, but 8 seconds behind Peter. So Haas are not quite able to use the numbers game to beat caught so far.
No, not quite. It's Niels Karstensen going to chase down Pascal Sticks. You can see Niels there up on the top left-hand side of your screen. It gives you an idea of the kind of physicality that is available with the sim racing hardware now. You can see that wheel is that's a direct drive wheel, and you can see the shake and the kickback from it, like you would get in a real world racing car. And you'll have sore arms after a few hours of racing here in at the Nürburgring, and just shows you the level of immersion that's possible. As Adam Christodoulou, a little bit caught up there on the heavy on the headlight flasher there, trying to get past Niels Karstensen. He's getting absolutely no, should we say, no, almost actually taking a slightly defensive line there as Niels Karstensen, saying, you're not going to dive bomb me and spoil my race, you can go by on the straight. I'd love to have been on board there with Adam Christodoulou, so maybe some choice Queen's English being used there.
Exactly. Actually, I wonder if we can get a whole race on board for Adam Christodoulou, because so far we've seen two of the best moments of the race happen right in front of him. Firstly, the move that got sent by the LEGO Technic Lamborghini car on him, and then of course this one. Let's be honest, it's a race so tricky for him that I wouldn't blame him if he gets really frustrated. It's been rather tricky. With the Hürsenwald Mercedes, I was just making notes last time I was watching, saying, man, this is too good a team not to be in the top 5, but things have always just gone away from them, unfortunately, some way or the other. In the first race, it was just a lack of pace. In this one, again, something very similar, which is odd for them, isn't it? Because they've got such a big driver lineup, all of them, who are some great drivers in their own respect, who have done so much in their own right in so many series. Real and virtual, by the way.
Now our championship leaders have come into pit lane to do a driver change. Maurice Schuring is out of the car. His driver time is now done. So job done there for the young Dutchman. Florian Denzler, one of the stars of that car last time out, is now on board. So Florian Denzler taking the next stint, and it will be a sprint to the finish for Danny Giosa, who of course fended off the challenge of Phil Dennis in that last lap thriller a month ago in the H&R 3-hour race. So everything is sort of shaken out a little bit now in SP3T, and Heusinkveld indeed have had a difficult day at the office. Corsim Racing now leading by over half a minute, with their main Team Heusinkveld very much their main rival. And yes, this is now Corsim Racing's race to lose in the SP3T class, and with Heusinkveld back in the order a little bit, a win would give a lead in the championship for this Corsim Racing squad.
Absolutely. We always expected this to be a big duel between Heusinkveld and Co, but so far today it's been an absolute shocker for the 404 Heusinkveld team. And all the other teams, well, they're getting there, right? But Heusinkveld and Co, they are established names in the TCR division who we have seen compete in so many other global championships in the world of sim racing. So we knew that it would be a fight between the two of them. And it's all about capitalizing on your bad days. So how bad are you on your bad day? Co, I wouldn't say they had a bad day in the first race, but Heusinkveld today, they're having a bit of a shocker. And so far they're around, what, a P8, wasn't it, if I'm not mistaken? So that's the point. You can't be that much down on a day where things aren't quite going in your favor, because Co eventually will have a bad day, right? It's not possible that someone just has great days everywhere in the series. For them, they just have to do a little bit better, just one place up, and they can eventually get that championship. So this one will sting particularly hard for Heusinkveld at the end.
Very strong lap at the moment for Ryan Barneveld in the number 91 Marla Porsche, just coming around to the end of the lap now. I think this could be a very quick one indeed. Last lap around, get this, the Volkenhorst BMW, the leader, Sami Matti Trogan, was 37 thousandths of a second faster than Ryan Barneveld. 37 thousandths, that's just a whisker of time over 25 kilometres. Just incredible how tight it is at the front. And you have to say that, Sunil, that Sami Matti on those old tyres, those tyres are now pretty much 90 minutes old. What a performance from the Finn.
Seriously, I think it's something similar to what we saw from Danny Juncadell in the very first race. He also didn't quite take 2 tires, but he was able to manage the car so much better. I think that's where the real world experience comes in, Peter. It's no coincidence that 2 races and 2 consecutive races where real world drivers are actually able to manage the car with slightly lesser grip and are able to extract so much pace from it right here. It's just tremendous, and that's what it counts. It may not be the same G-forces, it may not be completely the same, the peripheral vision might be much lower, but this is where the smartness and the cleverness in your driving comes up apparent if you've actually done a real-world NLS race, my apologies. So, yeah, clearly Sami Matti-Trogan having the ace up in the card.
And here he is playing his ace. Into pit lane comes Sami Matti-Trogan. Our leader is in the pit lane right now as Ryan Barneveld goes through to the lead then for Mala Porsche. So Sami Matti-Trogan, his stint is done right on, pretty much on halfway. Dane Warren takes a draft here on the Dottinger Hole to try and move into 9th position for Lamborghini, but our leader hands over, Sami Matti-Trogan hands over the number 34 Volkenhorst BMW to Dominic Stabe, and it's game on.
Fast.
Yes, absolutely. So, Volkenhorst now, I would suspect, Samil, all 4 tyres changing as Dane Warren's going to try and fit it around the outside. Oh, not quite. The grunt of the Mercedes, just too much to handle there. The 111 Team MJ performance by HRT car just holds on and then straight into pit lane.
I mean, let's just add it to the Tiergarten counter, right? What is it, 9 this race? Crazy. Absolutely crazy. And the LEGO Technic esports car going a lap longer. Okay, yeah, but that's because they've only done 5 laps. So they came in a lap later in the first one, which means that they might have been doing some extreme fuel saving in that first part of the race. So that's why they're able to stay out. But Dominic Stabe, you mentioned about him in the Walkenhorst Motorsport car, part of the Williams Racing esports team. And I remember Williams, they had such a firm control of the 24H esports series a couple of years ago. And Dominic Stabe was one of the key drivers for the team in that car. That was an Audi. This is a BMW. They've had time to get acclimatized with this one, but let's actually watch if Dominic is able to do something incredible with the Walkenhorst car, because so far they really have taken the risks in terms of strategy and it's paid off in their favor. Now they lose some extra time in the pit lane, but can they make it up?
A very, very long stop going on for the Coanda Porsche. Joshua Rogers has brought the car in and is still sitting in the pit lane well over half a minute longer than comparative rivals. So that damage on the car was maybe worse than we once thought. It was a pretty hard hit though.
But can't he use the fast repair, Peter, then?
But he can, but has to then serve a penalty. So
That's
the
right,
iRacing fast repair, which basically is effectively a spare car, you hop into a completely fresh car. However, if you take that fast repair, you must have a 60-second stop and hold penalty. Now, that might be what they're doing. Because they are just come out of pit lane now. They were in the pit lane, they were in the pit box for 1 minute and 56 seconds. So I wonder if they've maybe done that, taken full service.
No. I don't think you can take the fast repair in the same lap. The penalty in the same lap as when you take the fast repair. So it might be them just realizing, okay, our damage takes us 2 minutes. Our fast repair penalty will eventually cost us maybe a lot more because we have to come back in, maybe a lap, sit for 60 seconds. So they would have waited up. And maybe that's why they've gone for this option, to organically repair the car. Maybe.
Well, that is an interesting play, because they were maybe losing, 3 or 4 seconds per lap. So yeah, I don't know if it was better to carry on with the damage. I don't know, but anyway, Josh Rogers is back out on circuit in 13th position. So I would imagine he'll have one more stint and then hand back to Lauren Heinrich for the run to the finish. As the course and racing Porsche side to side here with the Landgraf Mercedes.
Oh, man.
Oh, driven by Lucy Treffs. So Rafael Marcello out the car, and that's Oskari Rinna, who's an absolute demon. Treffs shuts the door hard into Shabina Schmidt's curve, and Oskari Rinna just trying to make the best out of a difficult day for that squad.
Pick your winner, ladies and gentlemen. Pick your winner. This is just turning out to be an absolutely stunning battle. Choose a superlative as well, maybe. I don't know. Choose whatever works for you. Because this is a battle that's actually going to continue for far longer. Meanwhile, Core, well, they've got past RSO and are now actually in this bit of a train where Dur Esports are closing in behind them. And I don't want to see traffic holding up and maybe creating a bit of an issue with the SP9s again. Because after what happened with Coanda, you get a bad feeling every time you see that happen, right? It's a bit of a scary one.
Yeah, no matter what traffic has been thrown at them, there's no way of breaking this stronghold at the front, held collectively by the Core Sim Racing Porsche and the RSO Porsche here, fighting for the win in the SP10. This has been a real barnstormer of a race between these two identical machines built in Weissach in Germany. The race department for Porsche, just about 10 or 15 kilometres away from the home of the company in Zuffenhausen, on the outskirts of Stuttgart. Oh my word! Gee whiz, that is Lucy Treffs. There can't have been much room on either side of that big Mercedes. They're just fitting through, and the driver of the 333 BMW M4's just had a heart attack. That is that's Brock. Goodness me, that must have started the heart there.
Exactly, yeah. And the Mercedes actually a bit opportune, that one, because he got the move done before Ardeneur. And Ardeneur, being that tight, twisty corner, you can't quite go side by side. So the Porsche, they had to go side by side. The Mercedes didn't. So you got that little bit of a gap, but you can see that Core has that pace advantage. And that eventually doesn't quite lead to that much of a gap, right? Because we see that it worked out for the time being, but eventually you know for a fact that Core will get past. Just a matter of how hard are the Mercedes going to defend. And interestingly enough, the fact that they're able to hold on in the corners, Peter, is an incredible thing for them, because that's their disadvantage. That's the place where they're not very strong. When we come to the main part of the circuit, more towards the front stretch and the Dottlinger Höhe, they could eventually lose position, but they do that to themselves, running wide, and the Core car sweetly goes past up into P15.
They're very lucky not to hit the wall there, actually, at Breitscheid.
I think they did.
Oh, did they hit the wall? Yeah, I mean, I was about to say that is very, very tricky not to do that. If you run wide at all, wham, you're in the wall there at Breitscheid, and I think that's exactly what's happened, actually. There's more damage. There was damage on the rear left wing still there, and then there's more now on the right-hand side of the car. So, yes, that frees Oskari Rinna to unleash the pace of this number 3 Porsche. So we shall see. Now Rinna should be able to pull away quite easily. Back at the front, the gap is very tight indeed. Just 3.2 seconds between the Mala Racing Porsche of Ryan Barneveld and the Windward Mercedes AMG of Jack Sedgwick. About 11 seconds back from Sedgwick. In third is the Team BMW Bank car of Kai Kashube. And you mentioned it earlier, Samil, BS competition. They're there in 4th position. They've served a 20-second success penalty for their 2nd position last time out. That's been served. They are in the fight, and they are putting themselves in a really strong place to score some strong championship points and possibly lead the championship coming out of this event. So let's get. I think, is this the? Yes. There you go. Well spotted, yep. Samil. He did hit the wall.
Yeah, and it was a really slow accident, that one, where just lost control heading into the braking zone. Well, I don't quite blame Lucy 100% for that. It's an error that all of us have made, isn't it? Where we just eventually try and slow the car down, but there's just too much momentum for it to happen. And the stops are back on. Well, we said that the teams that went a lap extra, they're just now in there to take their pit stop. So that's Mercedes Team Windward, BMW Team Bank, Marla Racing, all the cars that went one lap longer in this particular stint. And so LEGO Technic Esports will also be coming in, which will mean that Walkenhorst will be our leaders. And believe it or not, Peter, We will eventually have Durr second, but Durr are still yet to make a pit stop, so Durr will come in. And the team that will be second in effective terms, well, who will it be? I think I'm slightly confused about this over here.
I'm going to be prudent and wait for them to come out the pit lane because I've no idea.
Mala.
It's been so tight. So yeah, Mala back on the go. Walkenhorst go through. Windward through. Team BMW Bank and BS competition, they will get on their way. So we'll see how that shuffles out once they go. But look at the run from the Team RSO SP10 machine. Niels Carstensen gets a huge run there on Pascal Sticks and goes to the lead of SP10. Now they're on their just coming up to the end of the 5th lap of the stint, so there's more to go, I would say, if they want it in SP10. These Porsches, they just provide fantastic racing, really light, nimble cars. And do they go into... No, they do. They do go into pit lane. So once again, absolutely nose to tail for Team RSO and Core Sim Racing. So, back at the front then, after that's all shaken out, Walkenhorst lead by 7.9 seconds from Mala Porsche. Ryan Barneveld still driving that machine. And Jack Sedgwick still on board the Windward Mercedes. He's in 3rd. He's 10 seconds back from the leader. Kai Kashube 19 seconds back from the leader in the Team BMW Bank car. And 5th, 35 seconds back, is Rainer Talvar. So BS competition still with a bit of work to do, but a strong start to the day.
Yeah, Rainer Talvar is actually lapping just about as quickly. In fact, Rainer Talvar is going faster than the leader. He's actually 4 tenths faster than Dominic Stave in that Walkenhorst Motorsport car. And currently, I suppose in the SP9s, the fastest car is Jack Sedgwick. He's clocked in a 7 minute 56.519 and wow, in fact, he's actually just been beaten by Ryan Barneveld. Wow, these lap times are tremendous. They're all just coming in so quickly, and they're all changing in so quickly. Ryan Barneveld in that Porsche has just gone in there and absolutely smashed it. 3 seconds faster than our leader, 7 minute 55. That gap is closing down, and Mahler are hungry, fresh for blood. This time, though, all the cars taking 4 tires, so there's no changing in strategy. They're all totally fair, totally equal. So it comes up on merit, and it comes up on what you can do. Man, this will be a fun little fight going on right now. And who's your bets on, Peter? I think the way Mahler are catching up right now, it'll be inevitable that they even end up fighting with Walkenhorst, which is something that we've been predicting for the last hour, essentially.
Interesting one. The Coanda SimSport number 88 car, Josh Rogers, has just come back into pit lane to do. I think I think they did take the fast repair, and I've had to do a stop and go penalty because they stopped for a minute and 1 second on that extra stop. Yes, so the disaster continues for Coanda Sim Racing. Core Sim Racing, Oskari Runa has handed back over to Thomas Preining. So there's a lot of big names quite far down the order. Team HRT are in 17th. Coanda in 14th, Core in 15th. There's some big scalps lying right down the bottom of the order in SP9.
Yeah, absolutely. So many big teams just not able to make their day work out. There's Digital Esports and Moritz Lohner. Moritz Lohner is one of the top drivers in all of sim racing, and to see him in P number 11 just feels, I don't know, it feels very odd. It just feels not normal. And that's the thing right now. You're seeing the likes of Moritz Lohner, Joshua Rogers, Thomas Preining, drivers like that in positions like 11, 13, 14. It doesn't make the best of sense. And if anyone just walks in right now and tunes into the stream and realizes, oh my god, this is happening right now, I suppose that reaction will be worth recording. It'll be quite something.
Yes, indeed. Well, an hour and 18 minutes to go in this motor race. Plenty to go. Still pit stops for all runners to go. And in Cup 2, well, I have to say my driver of the day, Zach Campbell, has just been imperious at the front. Now 24 seconds ahead of his nearest competitor in Cup 2, proving just why the Coanda SimSport team decided to acquire his services after a stint with the Apex Racing team and Team Rahal Linneman Lanigan. Kwanda, I think whatever they've had to do to get young Zach on board, that's paying off right now.
Yeah, it's quite a lineup that they've got in here with them. And Zach Campbell, he's had such a good record in the world of sim racing as well. In fact, this year in the Porsche Esports Super Cup, P3 and P4 in Montreal, he just showed that he can do it in the sprint format and in the endurance one as well, Peter. I don't think it makes a difference if the stints are longer. He is just acing it all the way through.
That he is. That he certainly is, and looking to make amends for what was a really unfortunate end to a similar performance last time out, just being involved in another driver's incident. Nothing to do about it, and yeah, definitely putting that one right at the moment. So, you're watching the NIMEX 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear. All the action here on the LEGO Technic live stream at the moment. Well, Corson Racing, Coanda lead in the Cup 2 category as we mentioned, but out the front in SP9 it's the Vulcan Horse number 34 BMW, driven by Dominic Stabe, who leads by 6.3 seconds at the moment, but is being run down by the Mala Porsche of Ryan Barneveld. We'll be right back in just a moment. Do not go anywhere.
Die schönsten Dinge an Weihnachten sind umsonst. Deshalb schenken wir euch die ersten 6 Monate den Tarifpreis für Internet, Mobilfunk und TV. Jetzt in allen Vodafone-Shops und auf vodafone.de. Together we can.
You could be larger than life, bigger than could.
Welcome back to the NIMEX 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tyre. We have just a little bit over an hour to go in this thrilling encounter, the second round of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series. My name is Peter Mackay, and joining me in the commentary box here is Shamil Arora. And Shamil, we have a heck of a race on at the front, just 5.5 seconds now separating the Volkenhorst BMW, our leader, of Dominic Stabe, and the Mahler Racing Porsche of Ryan Barnabel.
And the best part is 5.5 seconds, and that gap is getting smaller bit by bit by bit, lap by lap. And that's the amazing part. Volkenhorst versus Mahler. Jack Sidgwick is also clocking in some tremendous lap times again and again. So watch out for the Mercedes esports team Windward car in P number 3 as well. They could have something special in the bag. And that, Peter, is just one category. We have a total of 4 of them. Well, yes, let's be honest, it might be a bit of a bigger gap in all the other categories, especially in the Cup 2 where Coanda are absolutely dominating it. But seriously, the battle in SP10s between Corsim Racing and RSO has been nothing short of tremendous. They're constantly swapping positions, constantly letting the other one not have an edge. And the fact of the matter is, they did that the last time out as well, and they will continue to do that for the next hour and 10 minutes. Maybe even more, in fact, hour and 18, right? Because they might have to take another lap. Better for us either way.
Yeah, that is the thing. If you just force another lap, it is a whole nother 8 minutes of running, and sometimes longer for the other classes as well. So when the drivers come across the line, it's very important indeed. As Martin Asher Racing coming by there. Sorry, not Martin Asher. It's Asher Racing. Is Yirak is coming through there. Martin Asher started that car. So about 70 minutes to go here at the Nürburgring, and as we say, game on for outright honours. The leader in Cup 2, the Coanda SimSport Porsche of Zach Campbell, he has handed that car over to David Williams, who will take that machine to the finish. Whether he'll make it all the way to the finish, I don't think so. We'll need one quick splash and dash before the end, but I would suspect that will be David Williams into the finish after a super opening run for Zach Campbell. Absolutely flawless and in good position for a win. But as we know, anything can happen at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. In SP3T, well, it's very much the exclusive playground at the moment of Corsim Racing. Have an enormous advantage at the front. They are due a pit stop, mind you, but they have a very, very strong advantage indeed. Here is our leader on screen right now, the Alpecin anti-balding shampoo sponsored machine of Volkenhorst BMW, a staple, a stalwart team of racing at the Nürburgring. Henry Volkenhorst, the team owner, runs a fantastic outfit, Customer Motorsport, of all types of BMW, not just SP9 cars. They of course have the BMW Cup 2 machines, lots of them out there, the SP10s as well, the GT4 style cars, every possible BMW. Of course, Volkenhorst BMW, a very prominent dealership network in Germany, and quite the business he runs, does Henry. And it's got the right kind of. Although I seem to remember Henry Volkenhorst does have quite an impressive hairdo, so he doesn't need any of the Alpecin and shampoo.
It's your dream day, isn't it, Peter? Volkenhorst leading comfortably as well. Alpecin, they just get the perfect marketing in this case, right? It's just perfect. Oh, I've just looked up Henry's hairstyle as well. Oh boy, that's beautiful.
It's quite curly, I seem to remember. Yeah.
Nice and it's nice and trimmed up. Like, very, what can I say? Very corporate executive.
Yes.
Kind of,
Yes, I know exactly what you mean. Exactly what you mean. Well, at the moment, Henry's boy is doing the job. Dominic Stabe at the wheel after a super first run for Sami Matti-Trogen. And of course, we should mention, of course, that in the hands of Will Tregurtha, of course, in race 1, Smil, about a month ago, taken out by the Windward Mercedes on lap 1 and had to fight their way back. But this has been a proper bounce back performance, and actually they did recover well in race 1 to gather some points for 6th position. But if they could get a win today, they could possibly vault themselves right up into the lead of the championship.
I think that's the beauty of it, right? We've got so many teams that are so good in terms of their efficiency when they are undisturbed. But it's the Nürburgring, so you will be disturbed. There will be variables coming in that do absolutely wreck your preparation. And that's the way it always is. That's what racing should be like. It's not a lab experiment, right? But all the conditions are 100% equal, where your potential is equal to what you actually showcase on track. There has to be some variables that come out on track and surprise you. And today, course and racing have faced quite a few. In fact, the biggest one was the variable behind them, the RSO 397 car. But right now, they've done an excellent job of keeping them behind. And all things considered, Peter, this has turned out to be like the spot-on day for them. But it doesn't matter how many laps you lead in the race, it's just which one you lead. And so long as you lead in the last one, it's all okay. Similar to what we saw with HRT and Mahler. Well, Mahler, they picked the right lap to get ahead, but they eventually got passed by HRT. So RSO, even though they might be second, I don't think they're having a bad day. I think they'll be smiling from ear to ear because they might be the team that get the run from Nottingham right down to the exit. Who knows?
Quite possibly. Yeah, quite possibly. Well, things have narrowed up a little bit in Cup 2. David Williams now on board the Coanda 208 car, the car that came in to the pit lane with an enormous lead. However, Asher Racing, driven by Marcus Jirak, have taken their second stop, but took a much shorter stop of to the tune of about 16 seconds. And here they go up through the Ketchichen towards Mutkar. This is for the class lead in Cup 2. David Williams versus Marcus Jirak, and David Williams just gives best, but David Williams taking a much longer stop last time out. I can only assume, Sunil, that that's Asher Racing taking a gamble on double stinting tyres.
And they had to eventually, because the gap between them and Coanda was a bit too big. So they had to do something special, something to gain track position. In fact, I'll stick my head out and say that the race is not directly against Coanda right now. They're in fact fighting against the Team 75 Sima C car behind, because Coanda, when they came in, had such a huge gap. So on track they might be fighting, but eventually I suppose it may just level out if Coanda can get past. But I don't think it'll level out so easily, because David Williams and Coanda might just take it a bit more cautiously. Remember, in the last race for this very car, they got caught up in incidents, and that eventually caused them not to finish that race. So Coanda, they might just play it a little more calmer, especially when you add the fact that they also had an incident with Josh Rogers' car in the SP9 category. So they might just prefer to take some points, because so far they've not had any in Cup 2. So let's wait and see if they can impede them that much more.
The only thing that might be is that the Asher Racing team are maybe taking a slightly shorter fuel fill as well, which might, which of course they'll then have to effectively repay that with a longer stop later on, and therefore allowing the Coanda car back to the big lead that it had before. But it's definitely they've pulled themselves back into the game, have Asher Racing. So interesting stuff in Cup 2. Now, this has been a mega stint from the Australian Dane Warren in the number 8 LEGO Technic Esports Lamborghini. This car was quite a long way down the order, but as soon as Dane Warren got the controls of this machine, he's been charging forward and up into 7th spot. And I think, Samil, I know Hugh gets your vote for move of the day, and I think I'll probably be close behind you in the queue.
Yeah, exactly. Dane Warren has been tremendous. I think it's something with the second driver in the LEGO Technic car, interestingly enough. Because in the last race as well, Peter, do you remember Charlie Collins in that second part of the race? He was on fire. And LEGO Technic Esports were having, let's say, an okay day in the first part. It's just something that they just explode and just set alight the circuits towards the end. I don't know what it is. Maybe, I'll think of a theory, right? How can a LEGO car go faster as... I'm thinking of a joke.
How do you make a Lego gargoyle? Slippier flooring. I don't know.
Not sure.
Give it more of a shove. Yeah. Something to that effect. Yeah, I think so. The thing is, with the LEGO Technic, you've got brilliant detail, and you can, like you say, you can get the working suspension and working steering and things like that on a LEGO Technic model. But you've got to do the sound effects yourself. But that's part of the fun. You've got to know how a Porsche is different from a Ferrari, and how a Ducati sounds different to a BMW. That's important to do that. Now, David Williams just deciding to stick in behind here and just happy to sit there, just lifting off the power much earlier there and thinking, you know what, we'll call your bluff here. This is a real game of chess at high speed here, because I think Coanda, yes, you can hear David Williams is just being nice and light on the throttle. He's thinking, I know that you've played your hand now, Mr. Urak and your Asher crew. I'll just let you take the lead here, and I'll just sit behind you and let you run that fuel tank out.
Exactly, and that's smart from David Williams. I think all the years of sim racing experience, it shows, right? He's been around, he's done there. I think he's been sim racing for as long as I've been alive, essentially, around 15, 16. No, I'm not 15, 16, but I think I heard in an interview that he started around 2003, which is the year I was born in. So it shows that experience and that mentality of just waiting it out and playing the long game shows. He doesn't have to force this move. Eventually, when it nullifies, Coanda will be the team that gets ahead. It's just a matter of time. So drive in a way in which you don't lose as much time, I suppose.
Yeah, just keeping it nice and neat and tidy at the moment is David Williams. So, just coming up to the final hour here on the LEGO Technic live stream, broadcasting the NIMEX 3-hour race, part of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series, presented by Goodyear tyre. We hope you're enjoying the action, and buckle in because it is far from done. Dominic Stabe doing a super job to keep Mahler Racing Porsche's Ryan Barneveld at bay. That gap is still hovering around 5.9 seconds. And nothing to separate them on strategy at the moment. Now, you wonder, will Matti Trogan get back on board that car? Got about 2 laps left on the stint maximum for Dominic Stabe. 3 laps left possible on the stint for Ryan Barneveld. And you've got to think that Phil Dennis will be taking over from Ryan Barneveld at some point, but will Stabe hand back to Matti Trogan, who of course did 2 stints to begin with.
Interesting, yeah. It's a bit of a call, right? You can go longer, you can maybe bring Matti in there, but do you want to take that risk? Do you feel that Dominic is not capable enough, or maybe Matti can do it a little bit better to control the likes of Mahler and Mercedes team Winward towards the end? I don't think that there's that much of a difference, is there? I think they're both, I suppose, pretty equally matched. So it eventually just ends up being a call on which driver the team prefers to have in that situation, because there's no minimum driving time for the sim drivers.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it's just how you want to deploy. Interesting one. A very interesting one indeed. So, we'll see how it plays out. But Jack Sedgwick trying his best to try and close down that gap, but the lap time at the front so tight. I mean, to put it in perspective, 7:52.5 for Stabe, 7:52.0 for Barneveld, 7:52.8 for Jack Sedgwick in third. Just 0.8 of a second covering 3 cars over a 25-kilometre lap. That's the Nürburgring Langstrecken series for you. In 3 different types of car, all made in Germany.
Yeah. Exactly that. That is the part that I was about to add. Seriously, it's tremendous that they are able to have so much diversity. And the fact of the matter is, this diversity and this closeness will continue, because now, next year, potentially, we could have, if iRacing, I hope they increase the number of different cars you can have in a race, because it'll be amazing to see a DNLS race next season, Peter, with, say, Porsche, BMW and McLaren, Honda, Hyundai and Audi in PCRs, then all the GT3s, then all, I mean, not all the Cup cars, but then the Porsche Cup car. Ooh, I'm already getting jitters thinking about it for next year. And I'm saying next year, this year itself is turning out to be that much crazy, where we really can't predict any winner at all.
That's right. Yeah, it's brilliant to see so many manufacturers involved, and that is something that is amazing. The engagement level from the automotive manufacturers, their engagement with virtual motorsport and its importance, and we can. They kind of rate the reigning world champion Formula One car now available on the iRacing service. I have to say that is something that I didn't think we'd ever see a current era Formula One car, because of course the level of detail required to bring a car like that, or any racing car, to a simulator requires a lot of information that, to be honest, I would have thought that would have been under such a strong lock and key. I mean, that's one of the reasons why for many years we didn't have Corvettes in the or current Corvettes, but again, Corvette Racing brought their most recent car into the simulator, so the value for automotive manufacturers to have their cars involved is very important. So Josh Rogers now on the fight back, and that car looks to be now repaired, but looking to try and get the move done to go into 12th position. Last time by, lap time, get this, 7:50.7. I think that car has been fixed.
That car has been fixed, and that car has been given the Josh Rogers treatment, Peter. That's a lap time that someone like Josh can do. Oh, by the way, that lap is so much faster than anyone else. I will actually confirm and say, yes, it's 2 seconds faster than any car on the circuit right now. The next car is the Mahler Racing team with Ryan Barneveld, who currently are in P number 2. It's the Josh Rogers treatment. End of. But such a shame that he has to do this in P number 12 and not P number 1, which is where Coanda usually end up seeing themselves.
That's correct. Yeah, I mean, they got about 50 seconds up to the next car. So a lot of work to do for George Rogers and the Coanda team. And with that pace in mind, Sunil, you have to raise the question. We have to say, with that pace advantage, I mean, 2 seconds in this context is enormous.
Yeah.
That is, I mean, we just mentioned how tight it is at the front, just a number of tenths separating the top 3, and then you've got Josh Rogers going 2 seconds quicker than anyone. That just shows you, that again adds weight to the question. Did he need to go for that manoeuvre? Could he have waited?
Exactly.
It's easy in hindsight to say, but you've got to think that's going to be the question in the Rwanda squad tonight.
I think Josh will be wondering about the same thing as well, and yeah, that's going to be the critical part. So long as what does he think about it? He was the one in that moment. For us, it feels pretty simple to sit back here and pass a judgment, but for Josh, it's that impulse, right? It's that particular moment where your racing driver sensations take control of you, and at that moment it really did. It'll be a bit of a big debrief, and quite clearly Coanda will know that they can do this, but the interesting part, if you're not Coanda, is the fact that you're not going to have the services of Josh Rogers for every race, right? Because in the last race, it wasn't Rogers and not hybrid racing for Coanda, no. Coanda, in fact, had a bit of a different lineup. I'm just opening up my page right here to confirm. Who was it last time racing for
Sage
Coanda?
Karam.
Sage Karam, exactly. And
I forgot the second one too, I'll be honest, Sunil. I would normally jump into help if I can't remember, but they didn't have a good race anyway, put it that way.
exactly that. That's why it's a bit hard to remember. So you won't quite have the same pace of Rogers and Heinrich every single time. So that's one thing that'll be frustrating them. You can have an exemption for real-world drivers for 3 out of the 5 races, but again, the fact is that every race gets amplified because you have so few of them in this championship.
I've got big envy. Dear Santa, can I have a sim like Philip Schallenberg's? Look at that.
Sure.
The Porsche 911 cockpit or whatever that is. I don't know what it is, but I want it. Yes, he can hear us. He can hear us. I like it. Well, Philip, let me know where you get one of those. It's very cool. How is he able to hear us and keep driving? Well driven, sir. Pay attention.
I'll tell you this something about Philip. He actually is working with Racing Fuel simulators. They've got this big, I can't call it a workshop, but they've got this big place back in Switzerland where they have a ton of simulators, and it's absolutely incredible the kind of experience that they've created out there. It's a sim racing cafe, similar to what they have at the Nürburgring, but except it's close to Zurich. And they've turned that place around into something that's really amazing. You just have to see the photos and videos of it. I think a couple of drivers, real world ones, they also trained there, like Nico Muller, if I last remember.
Doing his training for Audi LMDH. Yes, of course. Yeah.
But do Audi have a sim actually? Do Audi have their own?
I would think they've got quite a special sim. Yes, I would think so. Yes, but of course it's maybe not local. That's the thing. It's maybe easier to just go nearby. But the toys in racing is brilliant. So 52 minutes to go here. Volkenhorst lead by 5.4 seconds. However, we may see the Volkenhorst maybe one more lap to go, I would think, before we see Dominic Stave come into pit lane for his final stop. Barneveld 5.3 seconds behind in second. Sedgwick about another 5 seconds further back in third. Then you've got to go another 10 seconds further back to see Kai Kashubi in fourth. Now, replay here. German sim racing by Hetzner. Oh, hip check. Lucas Lippert gets nerfed into the wall there. Now, who is that?
That would be... I'll quickly get back to you on that one.
Lucas Lippert, luckily, just at the pit lane, so he can come in and get a repair. But, oh my word. Was it one of the MSR cars?
I think Deutsche Payment, if I'm not mistaken.
Deutsche Payment. Oh. Well, might be sending him an invoice for the damage there. Goodness. Can you Deutsche Payment me for that damage, please? Well. Well.
Oh.
Now, this is...
Come on, PV.
Sorry.
Can't be that funny.
Well, it's that's just getting a sponsor in. Of course, the Deutsche Payment Championship is for the best cross-class team. So, yes, we've got that mentioned in too. Florian Denzler here. Well, from hero to zero, Team HRT, Haupt Racing Team winners last time out. Currently fighting for 15th position with fellow podium finisher Thomas Preining, the Forsum Racing Porsche. Really a fall from grace from both of these cars, but this probably puts into context, Samil, of just how impressive Team BS competition are. They had a 20-second penalty and they're in 5th, so a good day at the office for BS competition.
I think it's the consistency in the lineup. I wouldn't take anything away from the drivers that have come into the HRT team, but clearly they're not performing at the same level as the incredibly high standards that Junkadela set in. So that's something that might be bothering them a little bit. That's maybe where they've lost all that time. Whereas BS, well, a bit more of a settled lineup, a bit more of a settled performance. And that's why even with that penalty, they're able to stay ahead. And watching HRT and Co right there, it's a bit like watching Chelsea and Manchester City fight for 17th in the Premier League. And nobody's not what something happens, right? So I suppose they'll be working on that. Team HRT trying to get the driver lineup a bit more consistent in terms of performance. It happens, right? It's only normal when you have one driver jumping in and out. But seriously, they have shown some really good signs, and with a couple of more races to go, I just hope they can fight back. It'll be a shame not to see HRT fighting for the title right here, considering how quick they were in the first round.
Well, they'll certainly not have any success penalty to worry about next time out. That is for certain. Of course, the date for the diary is the next round, the 9th of January, the Schutz GmbH Mess Technic 3-hour race. 9th of January, same time, 12:15 European time. Join us, 11:15 GMT. Myself, Peter McCann, Samil Aurora will have all of the action for you. And yeah, this would normally be a battle that would be calling for the win as Thomas Preining goes for a huge... That is an outrageous manoeuvre.
Wow.
Oh my word. Thomas Preining, the young Austrian, the former Carrera Cup Deutschland champion, pulls off one of the best moves I think I've ever seen at Tiergarten there. And I don't think Florian Denzler just quite expected that.
Yeah, and he still tried to make it as hard as he possibly could, but you cannot stop him. Defending again the core car and HRT, well, are they deflated after that one? I mean, if I was driving the HRT car, I'd probably have my shoulders sagging and saying, man, you just pulled off something really special, which Core actually eventually ended up doing. See, this is what we're talking about. These are two teams with so much quality. I mean, they're substantially better than what the positions may show them to be. But it's just a matter of tricky performances and not being able to level off everything properly at the start of the race.
Well. That's what a manoeuvre. What a manoeuvre there from Thomas Preining. I think we are going to get an action replay for you folks in just a moment on our Goodyear replay. What a manoeuvre from Thomas Preining. He hasn't necessarily had the outright pace of his fellow pro rivals, but my word, that is move of the day. It just shows you that is the beauty of introducing the real world pro drivers into the virtual racing world, because that instinct, that split second decision is something that you cannot teach. That's just something that comes with experience, and Thomas that was all instinct there, just exceptional to watch.
Absolutely. I mean, I love it. I absolutely am amazed by that kind of move Thomas Preining was able to make. Yikes. The intensity level just rose up, Peter. In the last 45 minutes of this race, the intensity level just peaks and soars. And the last time out, we were lucky enough to see the intensity level peak on the very last lap at the final few corners. What can we have in store if this is what we're getting on minute 45?
So interestingly there, Preining, almost as if he's serving a slow-down penalty or something, or was just made a mistake and that's incredibly clever. Preining actually lifted off on purpose there, I do believe. He might not have, but my opinion is he lifted off on purpose. So here we go, we're riding on board with Florian Denzler, coming down towards, now we're back live again. So I think we've got the wrong action replay there, but yes, I do believe there that Thomas Preining lifted off on purpose to get the draft on the Dottinger hole from Florian Denzler, because if he'd taken the lead onto the Dottinger hole, the Mercedes would have just blown straight past him. That is incredibly cunning stuff there. Wow. If that's what's happened, but it looked awfully like it.
Yeah, it looked like a very nicely simulated mistake. I mean, and just enough of control towards that slide that we saw right there. Well, I'm just going to copy and paste whatever you said a minute ago, Peter. It's great to have real-world racing drivers and that instinct come in, because normally, well, I'm not saying you don't get to see this with the sim racing drivers, but if you've done it in the real world, you probably know how to do it a little bit better. You have more confidence with that move. And Core seemed confident with it. It didn't seem like they were in trouble anytime soon, and they caught HRT out. Catching HRT out, man, that's quite something, right? And by the way, there's not Hispania Racing Team for, if there are any new Formula 1 fans joining in, it's Harp Racing Team, one of the best Nürburgring Endurance teams that we've had so far in history, and a team that's often associated with success pretty normally, right? It just goes along hand in hand.
Definitely more successful than Hispania Racing Team, that's for sure. Yes,
far more.
Absolutely. Yeah, Haupt, owned by Hubert Haupt, who one of the very few pro-level team owners that you get a lot of team owners who may be at the amateur level who drive, but quite unusual to get a pro-level team owner driver. And that's Hubert Haupt, a former DTM driver, raced in Indy Lights against James Weaver and Greg Moore, some really top drivers, and still races in the top level in the HRT Haupt Racing Mercedes. And I think they're maybe just fighting some issues there, perhaps. Haupt Racing, because on the straight there, the Landgraf car just blowing straight past. That's Luca Kita, who looks really racy at the moment. But that was so clever from Thomas Preining, because once he got that move, he got the position, got past those two long straights where normally you would think you'd have no chance, but played that so clever to actually let the Mercedes by, then get the draft, and then once he got onto the twisty stuff, then that's Porsche country. And Preining really pushing there. Big oversteer coming into Klostertal. Oh, super stuff. Super stuff indeed.
And eventually, right, that's the difference. That's where you see things really level up between the drivers. And now you see the Landgraf team coming in between them and HRT. So the gap has been leveled off. That's where Preining really used the mind and got, such a big gap ahead. He can now focus on the clean air.
So we have our leader has come into pit lane. Volkenhorst BMW. Dominic Stabe has taken the 34 BMW for Volkenhorst into the pit lane and handed over to Sami Matti-Trogen, who has rejoined the action. Where will Mala Racing Porsche come out in this? Will they be able to gain time in this final pit stop of the day? They will have to put less fuel in, possibly. So, 1 lap to go. This needs to be a quick one for Ryan Barneveld. He did a very quick lap last time by, a 7:51.2, albeit who's the fastest driver on the circuit at the moment? Surprise, surprise, Joshua Rogers. 49.3. That is in another planet to the rest of the field, which is something we just don't say at this level.
Is that faster than what we saw in qualifying, Peter?
No, not
Because I
quite.
remember-
746 in qualifying.
746 in
way
qualifying, yeah.
fresh fuel, low fuel, fresh tyres. So, yeah, different ball game.
Yeah, but seriously, I remember Charlie Collins was also clocking in similar lap times. Again, similar team, same team running it, just different names. So Charlie Collins was doing this in the Lamborghini for the LEGO Technic Esports, dipping down into the 49s in the last race towards the very end, I remember. And Rogers, well, I can't say he's channeled his inner Charlie Collins because, well, both of them are equally good in that sense. They're just amazing at clocking in these quick lap times, but something in the Coanda household, they just are able to do it with 1 lap pace. But eventually that's the part with the DNLS. It's not only the 1 lap pace that counts. And that's where Marla and Walkenhorst have played the longer game and the smarter game in a way.
That they have, you're right. And that consistency is remarkably important. And using your head on the Nürburgring Nordschleife is a big thing, and knowing when to push, when not to. One driver, that I would put in that category, for Phoenix Racing Audi in the real world Nürburgring Langstrecken Series is Frank Stippler. And Frank Stippler, very experienced, super experienced, and can get involved in the knife fight when he wants to, but just plays, doesn't come out on, normally comes out on top of most hand-to-hand battles because he just plays it with that real smarts, I would say. Does Stippy, of course, from not too far from here. He's from Cologne, just north of the Nürburgring. So 40 minutes to go. Game on here at the Nürburgring for the NIMEX 3-hour race in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series. A big thank you to NIMEX for their support of this event. If you're in the racing business, NIMEX, the fantastic wholesaler of racing equipment, whether that be car components or pit equipment and stuff like that. So give the folks at NIMEX a call, go on their website, and if you need your racing supplies for the next season, they are a very good place to go to. So we should expect the Mala Racing Porsche to come into the pit lane in about half a lap's time, so just maybe 3 or 4 minutes we'll see that car come in. And indeed, the Mercedes Team Windward car and the Team BMW Bank and BS Competitions Machine, who are all very much on the same strategy. The Volkenhorst BMW, they've just been a little bit out off the grain, just that little bit different strategy for them to know.
Exactly, yeah. They've played it a little bit different. They've just gone that 1 lap longer, which I think is the limit of how much longer you can actually end up going in this particular series, because of course it's the Nürburgring, it's 25 laps long. Then eventually that's been the thing that's interesting. Right? We're seeing some sort of variation. It's not 100% over and done with in that sense, and that is what makes it so much fun.
Absolutely, there's nothing like racing on this wonderful circuit. So, update of how things look at the moment in Cup 2. Well, it is back in the direction of Wanda Simsport, who lead by 16 seconds from WSE Motorsport in the 222, and the Team 75 by SimRC car in third. That's the Bernhard Team 75 machine. A name that's been up the top of the podium here at the Nürburgring many times. He's a big rally fan as well as Timo Bernhard, Simil. That's actually his father started it. That's how they really got into racing, was in rally, and they still do. His dad's got a very nice Porsche hill climb car as well, and I believe that they run a VW Polo R5 car too. So Timo, he's not lost any of his competitive juices, but albeit as a team owner nowadays.
I mean, it's tremendous. I wonder, will we ever see Porsches properly at the top level in rally ever again? Maybe. I mean, it would mean for us to say Porsche would make a four-wheel drive car of that particular size, but just to see that name in the world of rallying, must have been good days back in the time, no?
Oh yes, certainly was. I mean, I think, of course, a lot of success in the Monte Carlo rally in the early days, and indeed at Dakar as well. But yes, I do believe it would be nice to see more of a. We did have a brief time in the RGT class, which does still exist, but back in 2017, Romain Dumas won the RGT World Rally Cup, beating Francois Delacour also in a Porsche, showing just how good Romain Dumas is in a rally car, because Francois Delacour is world-class level in the World Rally Championship in his day, and for Romain to beat him was mighty impressive. But that's Romain Dumas. You could put him in a shopping trolley and he'd be fast in it.
I mean, that's the thing with Romain Dumas, exactly. He's done rallying, he's done endurance racing. You put him anywhere, and this guy, and I've always wondered, what is it about these cross-discipline drivers? Whenever you speak to one of them, they just nonchalantly say, I mean, it's just about adapting to the car and a little bit, and you're able to do it. I think they don't know what makes them so fast, or at least they're not willing to share it. But it's ridiculous how they're able to do that so quickly, all the time, just switch disciplines. I've never got a concrete answer from even one of them about how they actually do it properly.
I think they love it. I was spoke to Roman a few months ago, and he says, I go to every race, or whatever race I'm doing, I go to it with the same excitement as I did my very first. He says, I still have that excitement and enjoyment, which I think is mighty impressive considering the amount of racing he's done in his career as well. Now, Sami-Matti Trojan's back on board to take this Alpecin Volkenhorst BMW to the finish. We have all of the other leaders in the pit lane at the moment. Where are they going to come out as well? So there they go, the Windward Mercedes, the BMW Bank machine doing a driver change now as well. Phil Dennis changing over into the Mala Porsche. The BS competition car just coming in the back of shot there as well. So Phil Dennis on the move there. But where is the Volkenhorst BMW? Where is it? It's the Mala Porsche. There it is. The Mala Porsche is going to jump him. The Mala Porsche takes the lead from the Volkenhorst BMW. So a 5.5 second advantage going into the stops is gone. In fact, it's been overturned. And only with a couple of seconds in pit lane. So that in lap from Ryan Barneveld, hugely important to get Phil Dennis out in front of Sami-Matti Trojan.
Oh, he's just handed the race on a platter now for Mahler. They will have to do a little bit of fuel saving, I can imagine, but maybe not as much because they've come out a lap later than the Volkenhorst team. It's amazing, and that must be some really sharp pit entry and pit exit as well, because similar strategies, and they've eventually end up saving so much time over there. Man, Mahler have snatched it away from Volkenhorst now.
Fantastic execution. I think you're right on the in and out as well, Sunil, because the total pit lane time 2.3 seconds quicker for Mala, but the gap was about 5.5 seconds. So it's there's definitely been an on-track gain there from Ryan Barneveld on that in lap, but this is far from over. You've got two really super drivers here, both with real-world experience, but both world-class in the sim, as well as Julian Reimer. Whoa! Getting a huge look at the Mercedes AMG of Danny Giosa. Of course, Danny Giosa, the driver who took the HRT machine to the win with a stunning duel with Phil Dennis last time out, but to be down in 17th position, this is going to be a hard pill to swallow for that squad.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit of a tricky one to digest from being first to 17th in the matter of one round, but Danny's going to try. And remember, Danny was super impressive in that final race we had here in the first round, maybe showing something similar, some of those similar characteristics as we head to the final half an hour.
So indeed, just 32 minutes remaining in this NIMEX 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series presented by Goodyear Tyre. We hope you're enjoying the action here on the LEGO Technic live stream. We will be taking you all the way to the finish. Who will win? Volkenhorst BMW? Will it be Mala Porsche? It's going to be a proper grandstand battle between those two outfits. Mala Porsche came so close last time and unfortunately copping a drive-through penalty on the last lap, but we're in the lead of the race coming out of the Galgenkopf. It's going to be very, very tight indeed. It's going to be Sami Matti-Trogen versus Phil Dennis, and we will have all the action for you after a very brief message from our loyal partners here at the Nürburgring. Do not go anywhere. This is going to be a thriller.
Die schönsten Dinge an Weihnachten sind umsonst. Deshalb schenken wir euch die ersten 6 Monate den Tarifpreis für Internet, Mobilfunk und TV. Jetzt in allen Vodafone-Shops und auf vodafone.de. Together we can.
You could be larger than life, bigger than the world, living out the hopes and dreams of every boy and every girl. You know you could.
Welcome back to the NIMEX 3-hour race, part of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, presented by Goodyear Tyre. We come back at an inopportune moment as Tim Yarshall nerfs Dylan Pereira into the wall in the LEGO Technic Lamborghini. Deary me, Semil, that was a little bit on the heavy-handed side.
Yeah, exactly. Big incident right there. And that's a big, really good race for LEGO Technic. All away and gone in a matter of seconds. Big crash right there. We have to see what happened with them. And it's such a shame because they were improving time and time again.
Oh, yes, that is such a pity because that LEGO Technic Lamborghini had really fought up the order in the hands of Dane Warren, and Dylan Pereira just unceremoniously nerfed off there. We'll maybe get a look at it again for you folks, but oh dear, that was heavy-handed. But anyway, that may well cop a post-race penalty possibly, but we shall see. Back at the front, it's just under 2 seconds is the gap. It's hardly moved at all between Phil Dennis and Sami Matti Trogan. It's a proper slugfest at the front of the field. But remember, that BMW's got some pretty good straight line speed, so we could see that gap come down slightly as we reach the Dottinger hole, quite possibly. Norbert Kiss is back on board the Team Windward Mercedes, so the two-time FIA European Truck Racing Champion up in a podium position at the moment. Now, that Windward Mercedes, they've got an 11-second advantage over the fourth-place car. That's the Team BMW Bank Machine of Bruno Spengler, with Elias Seppänen now back on board the number 89 and sitting in 5th as things stand. However, remember, they had to serve a 20-second success penalty after their second-place finish last time out. So actually, a really strong run from the BS competition crew. They would, effectively, without that, they would be up in the fight for third position. So 5th place puts them in a really strong place. So the in SP3T, well, it's looking very strong at the moment for Corsom Racing. They have a pretty decent advantage over the number 405 Marshmallow Racing machine in second position. In SP10, it's Pascal Stix leading the way from Niels Carstensen for Team RSO. In Cup 2, it's Coanda Simsport. David Williams leading by 17 seconds at the moment. Here is your gap. The leaders on screen: Phil Dennis for Mala Porsche with the Valkenhorst BMW of Sami Matti Trogan right in there, and Norbert Kiss in the Mercedes in third. 3 manufacturers in the top 3, Semil. That's what we like to see.
Wow, that's the amazing part, the diversity that we have here on offer in the DNLS. And it's just played out well. I mean, with BOP, with the changes, we're still seeing the Windward Mercedes team in the top 3. It's not the same, right? It's not the same as the last time out we were seeing HRT dominate the race by quite a good margin, but it's still amazing to see how the organisers have just managed to make it so leveled out. 3 different manufacturers in the top 3, also close, and potentially we could see a Porsche versus BMW fight for the win that could go down to the wire. Sell me in.
Sell me in too, as Phil Dennis did have a bit of an advantage over the Mala Porsche there, but then it came back down. But the traffic giving and taking away, it reduced and then quickly gone back up again. It's that accordion effect going through traffic, and it appears maybe just gone in the favour of Phil Dennis, possibly. But these next couple of corners, absolutely critical for Dennis and for Sami Matti Trogan as they head down the hill, down towards Kellenhard and Versifen. And it's a gap at the moment, about 1.5 seconds, so right on that right on that threshold. If Sami-Matti Trogan can get that gap down less than a second and a half, then he can try and get that toe along the Dottinger hole. However, there, Simil, a little bit of damage on the front of the Walkenhorst BMW. Where did that come from?
Yeah, no, that's really
not
odd.
gonna
That's not going to help, and we didn't quite see that accident happening as well on screen. So that is something odd. How have Walkenhorst Motorsport accumulated that damage? This is a bit absurd. And the interesting part is, we saw, I think, one of the Mercedes, I think Raffaele Marciello's car, have similar damage at the front end of the car, and they were struggling to keep on in the straight line. So if anything, this is just playing into Mahler's hands directly.
Well, as you can see, yes, the Mahler Porsche in perfect condition, but pulling away, going up the Kesselchen. Now, we would not expect that. The torque and the grunt of the BMW, we would expect to pull in some time here on the Porsche, which makes up its lap time mainly on the brakes and in the corners. But Sami-Matti Trogan really fighting against it. The only thing that could be, Simil, and it's sometimes a little quirk of the iRacing Simulator damage model, if you smack a curb, or you smack a lot of curbs at the wrong place, it can sometimes cause a little bit of damage that way. Now, how much that holds a driver back, I'm not entirely sure, but it nonetheless, the damage is there.
Yeah, exactly. And we'll eventually end up seeing, right? Because Walkenhorst are clearly in for a potential win. And it's amazing, Peter. First up, Walkenhorst were the ones that smartly took the lead away from Coanda, and now it's Mahler who've done the same thing to them. Have they got enough pace? Have Mahler got something else extra in the bag? Because interestingly enough, they're lapping on somewhat similar pace, but the gap is just not going down. It's just remaining constant.
Yeah, it is. This is a proper dogfight. You can see Sami-Matti Trogan there on the top left of the screen. You can see the focus required and how physical it is. How Sami-Matti just very, very laser focused towards the screen. And the direct drive wheel technology really does give the kickback and the force of a real world racing car. Still time to take a hand off though, going through Flansgarten. That's relaxed to say the least. But Phil Dennis here, if he can get a clear run of the traffic, he's got enough now to break the toe, but he does have a bit of traffic now coming up through the Stefan Beloff S. In fact, huge traffic here. Oh, this is disaster for Dennis. Look at the gap closing down. And
oh my god!
Oh, it wasn't Dennis, it was actually the Corsom Racing Porsche there, and the road completely blocked. Nothing Sami-Matti Trogan could do. It was the Heusingveld SB3T car and the Porsche 992 Cup car of Corsom Racing. That could be absolutely pivotal in this race, because that has broken the toe to the Mahler Porsche of Phil Dennis.
Exactly, and that gap has increased. It's 2.5 seconds now. And that just takes it away. And Phil Dennis will be smiling from ear to ear. Can't get anything better, right, for them. It just plays so well into their hands, where they all of a sudden came in, took the strategy advantage, and suddenly Walkenhorst have been compromised by that. Talk about a lucky break.
Oh, well, that traffic gives and takes away, but interestingly, it seems that actually along the Dottinger hole, Phil Dennis, the Mahler Porsche, Phil Dennis just pulling out a couple of hundredths here and there. So actually in a straight line, both, I think Dennis maybe got a slightly better exit onto the Dottinger hole, but also just got a little bit of a top end advantage. I think that damage is holding Sami-Matti Trogan back a lot more. Let's see what the lap times are, because that's bound to have lost a number of seconds for Sami-Matti Trogan there. And indeed it did. 754.6 for Dennis,
Nice.
755.1 for Sami-Matti Trogan. So Sami-Matti Trogan, I think, was on for a very hot lap there, but that traffic really hurt him.
It really did. But you don't want to be seeing this one end this way. Not this way, no. Not this way. This is just turning out to be a bit of a shame if that damage is actually compromising Sami-Matti a lot, because imagine Mahler versus Walkenhorst doing something that HRT was doing with Mahler last weekend. Oh man, this is frustrating to watch, but hopefully Sammy Matti can pull back something. And the sad part is, Peter, I don't think it's the driver's fault eventually as well, because we saw early on Sammy Matti was one of the faster and the most efficient drivers in that first couple of stints. So to see this, oh man, it has to be the car, it has to be that damage that's holding them back.
Well, I think it's the damage is causing a little bit, but I think that getting held up with the traffic there at Stefan Bellofes's, that is just sometimes what can happen here at the Nürburgring. You've got multiple classes, we've got 4 different classes of car, of course, taking part, and it was a TCR SP3T machine, the slowest class, and the Porsche 992 Cup class, which, funnily enough, is quite quick in a straight line, so that can make it quite difficult to dispatch with in traffic. So, yeah, just really unlucky there as well. We don't know how much Phil Dennis was held up, but I think nowhere near as much as Sami Matti Trojan was. Nevertheless, we will have 2 laps to go after this one, so there is plenty time to go in this race. In fact, we are going to go, it seems, Simil, that we're actually going to go quite far into overtime.
Oh yeah, and if that gap is going to come down, that's the best thing, that could happen to us right now. Meanwhile, Sim Racing Academy making up a position, and how nice is it to see Sim Racing Academy do well, Peter? I mean, it's a team that I've wanted to see more of since I saw their name on the entry list, but just not getting the chance to. Good that they're able to make a move on WS finally. And if overtime comes along, Peter, there's another battle that we have to keep our eye on. Co versus RSO.
And that's been rumbling on all race long. Now, Lauren Heinrich back at the wheel of the Quanda SimSport GT3 machine. 7 minutes 50 last time by. So, the story of what could have been for the Quanda squad. They are up to 10th position overall, but definitely a win gone begging for that team today. So we shall see how it pans out at the front. Can Phil Dennis now actually putting a little bit even more time into Sami Matti Trojan, so perhaps that damage is holding him back more than we once suspected. But in the SP10 categories, remarkably tight, just 0.2 of a second separating Pascal Stix and Niels Carstensen last time by, so impossible to call there. And you have to think, Sybil, that will come right down to a Tiergarten side by side. I think you get your counter ready.
I want that to happen. I really do. That'll be some way to end the race, considering what's been happening so far. It's only fair that it gets decided in that way, but no. Unfortunately, Walkenhorst picking up that damage, getting into the wrong part of traffic, just the way racing is sometimes. Sometimes it just does not play in your favour. And now, it's just clearly not going their direction.
Well, we'd love to know. Do let us know on the live stream comments. We can have a look at that and see if we got any news on what happened there. There's Dennis Aris Fabry. He's active on the radio. You get some drivers who are very quiet, but Dennis is very animated here going up the Kesselchen. Maybe it's somebody in his sim room as well who's maybe upset him. He's like, get me a coffee. No, burger. No, chips. No, not coffee. With milk. No, not milk.
I'm sure it's not something to do with the car, right? Because, of course, there's no one else ahead of them. The car seems to be doing fine. Yeah, I don't know what it's all about. Maybe the aircon? Maybe it's a bit too cold? No, it's Germany, right? So it must be cold over there. It's in the winter, so I don't know. Maybe the heater's not working properly or something. Yeah,
it's obviously, something is upsetting Dennis, that's for sure. That is for certain.
Only well, we could hear him.
I'd love, maybe not broadcastable, maybe not family friendly, possibly, but that's that. I think that would be the case in any driver radio. I'm actually amazed that they play it because sometimes it's just a succession of bleeps and yes. Sometimes better for it not to be. I think last time out in the Formula One Championship in Saudi Arabia, I think they
Yeah.
could have maybe done without broadcasting the back and forth between the race director and the teams. I don't think that was a very good look.
Was it? I actually thought it added to the broadcast. It made it a really interesting piece of insight.
It was entertaining, but I don't think it was a good look for F1.
Yeah, exactly. And that's always the case, right? That always ends up happening. Just seeing those insight, maybe the workings of it. It's tremendous access the way it's actually played out. But it'll be amplified in the documentary. But imagine, Peter, just thinking of ideas popping up right in my head. Imagine a sim racing documentary like a Drive to Survive, but for the DNLS. Because the way the season is going, it's nothing short of a movie.
That's true. Well, certainly there's been enough twists and enough plot twists so far, that's for sure. Yeah, it certainly has been. 12 minutes to go here. Will there be any more plot twists? Well, Phil Dennis has really taken the opportunity. The traffic did maybe play slightly in his favour, but my goodness me, has he seized that opportunity now. 4.1 seconds to the good for the Mala Porsche team. Walkenhorst in second, perhaps hampered by the damage, maybe, we don't know. Norbert Kiss sitting in third at the moment, 8 seconds back from Sami Matti Trogan, but last time lapped about 2 seconds quicker, so Norbert Kiss going very, very fast indeed at the moment, and showing his credentials both in the sim but also in the real world. Of course, double European truck racing champion, but Hungarian champion of Suzuki Swifts, Renault Clios, and twice Seat Leon. So he's got quite the CV, has Norbert.
Well, that's crazy, isn't it? I mean, I really just want to see one of those Suzuki Swifts race in Hungary once. It's one of the most popular cars back here in India, and to see them racing has always been somewhat of a weird thought that we've had. But man, to win that championship must be quite something. And then to come here and win this, and then to win in trucks as well. What sort of diversity does Kiss have?
Imagine the weight difference between a Suzuki Swift and a racing truck.
Exactly.
How many Suzuki Swifts makes up a racing truck? There's a trivia question. So the battle rages on at the front then in SP10. At the moment it's the way of Pascal Stix. 3.7 seconds is the gap over Team RSO's Niels Carstensen. And looking at their lap times last time by, Carstensen closing the gap, 8:27.5, 8:29.7 for Stix, so about 2 seconds the difference. So Carstensen with 2 laps to go, 4 seconds is the gap. That makes a nice clean zero. So this could come right down to the wire between Stix and Carstensen.
And guys, if there's anything that makes it a little bit special, it's the fact that it's the Nürburgring. It's not going to be 2 laps of, say, Silverstone, right? Ends up in just 5 minutes. No, 14 odd minutes this could go. And in 14 minutes, closing up 2 seconds is a genuine possibility. RSO versus Scott, I mean, we've been waiting for this from the very beginning. We just want to see them go head-to-head, toe-to-toe. But in the end, we've seen them fight in almost every single minute of a race, not just the final lap. Come on, bring it on.
Bring it on indeed. Well, last lap, Phil Dennis 7:51.5, whereas Sami Matti Trogan has 7:53.5. So really shaking out at the front now. The gap is 4.1 seconds between the leaders. Now, this is the battle for the last spot on the podium. Martin Ascher for Ascher Racing holding off Gregor Eid from IES Sim Racing Schweiz Cup in that very jazzy looking blue and white machine with those gold or yellow wheels. I think it's slight, is it gold? I think it's maybe just a bright gold.
Yeah. A bit of gold.
Yeah.
I mean, luckily it's not pink like Justin Tipton from the Racecraft TV. That was flashing. You remember?
Now, where I don't feel so silly now, Sybil, we're getting word that the number 34 Volkenhorst BMW, that damage has come from aggressive driving over the curbs.
My goodness.
It was
totally self-inflicted.
Okay, so just strong curb strikes enough to cause front-end damage. So, Oh, that's a tough one to take. That's just one of the kind of quirks but it's a quirk you have to be aware of, especially here at the Nürburgring. Over 3 hours smashing off the curbs, it can take its toll on the car, and oh dear, that's possibly cost the Volkenhorst team of a chance to fight for the win here.
Yeah, and it could have been such a big one, because Volkenhorst in the first race, had they not been taken out on lap 1, maybe there could have been more potential for them perhaps to fight on the podium. But again, we'll never know. And now with this, oh man, the heart goes out to them. Self-inflicted eventually, though.
Yeah, it's unfortunately it is. It really is. As the two Mercedes thunder over the line, the Landgraf and HRT teams, as the Course and Racing Porsche goes in to take final service. Just a very quick splash and dash required there. Now, yes, the Volkenhorst BMW will be right on the kind of the total stint by the end of this race, 6 laps by the time the checker flag comes out. So hopefully they've got enough fuel on board there. No such problem, you would think, for Phil Dennis in the Mala Porsche. 3.7 seconds is the gap at the moment, and that team have been so strong today. Dennis starting off and keeping out of trouble, avoiding any incidents, of course, to know, which of course was kind of their downfall last time out.
Yeah, you're right about that. Eventually they had to take a penalty right at the very end of the race because of all the incidents that they had accumulated. And this time I think they've gone for the bang opposite strategy. Let's try and play it safe, let's try and keep it safe and simple, and play it normally, and that's what they've done. The only place where Marta did something really outrageous and out of the box was in that pit stop, where they just were able to save 5 seconds, and that incredible lap time by Ryan Barneveld coming into the pits. I think that was the difference maker. That's when Marta edged him out. Amazing how this race has gone past, where someone or the other is always getting outsmarted. Outsmarting the outsmarter in a way, isn't it? Because
yes,
because Volkenhorst outsmarted Goodyear early on.
Okay, so news coming in for a penalty for car 70, the Landgraf Mercedes driven by Luca Kita. 5 seconds penalty to be added, I would presume, at the end of the race. But at the moment, coming up towards Hohe Acht, the highest point of the circuit, and down the helter-skelter towards Wipperman for the penultimate time is Phil Dennis in the Mala Racing Porsche. Of course, Mala's aluminium pistons were first fitted to a Porsche all the way back in 1955 with the iconic Ernst Fuhrmann engine, which powered the first Porsche Spider and cut the weight by a third from the traditional piston at the time. And Mala, of course, been a key developer of components for many iconic racing cars, but maybe none other than the development of components for the Porsche 917, the Flat 12, the big thumping turbocharged Flat 12 in the back of that 917 Porsche, which powered to 2 Le Mans victories. Oh, it's a close one here for the podium fight, and Martin Archer has had to give best to Gregor Eid. So Gregor Eid goes up into the 3rd place spot and onto the podium now in Cup 2. So it will be 1 lap to go for those cars. They will finish behind our leader. And where you do not want to be just ahead of the leader here, Semil. If whenever Phil Dennis goes over the line, if you're just ahead, you've got a whole lot more fuel you need to get you to the end.
Yeah, keep saving. And Phil will be watching from the last time on, because last time on I think we went 1 lap slightly longer than expected, and eventually that was the difference maker, where Mala eventually weren't quite able to hold on with that final one. And I mean, it was a lap when they got ahead of HRT, but still, that was a bit crazy. 4.5 minutes left to go. What will they do now? Volkenhorst will be asking for more time, honestly, because for them, if something can happen, if they can just pull something up, that's the only thing they can hope for. The gap is increasing, but only very marginally, Peter. So, I don't know, maybe luck could play to their side, maybe something could happen, who knows? Well, that's a late time to make a stop, isn't it? Oh, that's a late time.
Yeah, you really don't want to have to be coming into pit lane at this stage. Certainly not on schedule anyway. It's not what you want. Well, we're now coming on to the final lap. Then the Mala Porsche of Phil Dennis leading by 3.3 seconds. Last time around, Sami Trogan pulling out 1.5 seconds from Dennis. So this is not done yet. It would need a heroic drive here from Sami Trogan to pull the gap down from Phil Dennis, or another incident in another block in traffic, Simil, and that gap could erode in no time.
Exactly, and that's the part we're talking about, that luck element. Can there be traffic that equalizes the whole thing? Remember, what traffic give it, traffic take it away as well. It gave a little bit to Mala early on in their battle against Walkenhorst. Can we see something happen in that sense? In fact, I think looking at the track map, there's a lot of traffic near the GP section area, but otherwise, it's all pretty clear. They're all really spaced out, Peter. So if there's any place where you could expect to see a lot of traffic, maybe at the best, it could be the GP circuit, and over there it's all wide. And that just plays out on the Mala's advantage. There is not many slow cars coming into where they are right now for a long time, actually.
Oh, a really big hold up there for Phil Dennis in the Mala Porsche, and actually sends the SP3T Audi wide. I'm not sure which car number that was, but that really held up Phil Dennis there. Just at that very fast left-right chicane, just coming up towards the Sabine Schmidt curve. And that will, yes, it has. It's pulled the gap down to 2.5 seconds now. So Sami Trogan gaining about a second there through that exchange. And that little incident in traffic there, again, that's just one, and that's pulled a second out there as well. So this is far from done. Once again, Simil, we're going to have an SP9 battle right to the very end, right down to the wire here in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series.
Tremendous. And my apologies for that error right there. My stream was slightly laggy again. Technical issues happen in the world. Something related to the internet. But the interesting part is I was proven immediately wrong. When I was watching it from the GP section area, it seemed like Mala had a comfortable advantage, but no, they do not. Traffic has given a little bit back towards Walkenhorst, but still, Peter, I wonder, is it enough? Is 2.5 seconds enough to have for one more lap in here? No, man, considering the damage, I don't want to spoil it already. I just don't want it to be anticlimactic.
I have a feeling that Sami Trogan has really got the bit between his teeth. He is throwing everything at this one at the moment for BMW, for Walkenhorst, most importantly for Alpecin anti-balding shampoo. For baldies everywhere, Sami Trogan is doing it, but it's gonna need a huge lap. I mean, Sami will have done thousands, if not tens of thousands of laps, both real and virtual, of this wonderful circuit, and he needs to rely on all that experience now to try and run down Phil Dennis for Porsche. Now there's a car off there on the exit at the end of Metzgesfeld. Now, was Phil Dennis involved in that? What happened with that car just on the exit of Metzgesfeld, heading down towards Kellenhardt? There was a car in the gravel trap. Now, was there contact? I don't know if there was, but it happened at exactly the same time as when Phil Dennis was coming through. Oh my.
Oh boy.
Oh
this
boy.
is just adding to the variables, isn't it? It's just every single thing is aligning for us to have a great finish, Peter. Bring it on. Oh man.
Oh my, that is just, maybe not, we don't know. It could have been that Dennis just arrived and went through what was already an accident going on. We do not know. We will try and find out for you folks, but wow, what another thrilling finish. Of course, Phil Dennis in the Mala Porsche has featured in both thrilling finishes. Of course, didn't come out on top last time out and copped a drive-through penalty on the last lap, which dropped him right down the order, losing out to Dani Giosa's Mercedes. But this time, looking good for Phil Dennis, a 2.8 second advantage over Sami Trogan, and up the drag, up the hill, the ailing BMW, the damaged BMW, might not be able to match the straight line speed of this Porsche, the Weissach-built machine. Just interestingly, they're dropping from 6th to 5th gear to go through Moot Curve, and plenty of bravery there from Phil Dennis, pushing as hard as he possibly can, trying to keep Sami Matti-Trogen at bay. Up towards Hoa Ak then they go for the final time, the highest point of the circuit here at the Nürburgring. And it is almost flat there, up into 5th, briefly down to 4th gear. Phil Dennis using every last bit of the grip on these tyres. They've got to be screeching enough by now. Down towards Wipperman. It just whips back and forward, right, then left, almost flat out. Watch for the curbs. You go bang straight over them as well. A bit of traffic coming up as they head up towards Esbach and Bergwerk. Or Brunchen, my apologies. Through Esbach, now up towards Brunchen, and there is an SP10 car just where Phil Dennis does not want it as they head towards Ice Corner. He'll be on the headlight flashers. The BMW gives best. Just compromises the entry slightly there for Dennis, but gets through just about as they head on towards Plantsgarten for the final time. So, Phil Dennis in a proper dogfight here with Sami Matti-Trogen right behind, down the helter-skelter of the Stefan Beloff S, and then up towards Schwalben-Schwanz, and there's a lot of traffic coming up now. Now, will it hold up Dennis at Galgenkopf? It may well do. Dennis may come across these three slower cars in front just when he doesn't want to. Galgenkopf is where you need that exit. Will this give Sami Matti-Trogen the getaway? Now, back in the SP10 battle, of course, which is raging on at the moment. Pascal Stix and Niels Carstensen. Carstensen goes by to take the lead from Stix in SP10.
Wow. And he's left it late, hasn't he, Peter? It's come at such an opportune time. I told you, RSO just could be in the right spot at the very death, and they've done it, man. Could be back on. Go could still have a chance, you know.
He could, and it looks like Phil Dennis has got just enough of an advantage coming out of Galgenkopf and getting a bit of slipstream actually from the cars in front here as well. He'll be all over the headlight flasher and decides he's got enough in hand. He's going to sit behind one of the RSO Porsches. Now, is that the leading RSO Porsche? No, I don't think it is. Anyway, goes past them anyway. So that will be checkered flag. Phil Dennis wins for Mahler and wins for Porsche here at the Nürburgring, with Sami Matti-Trogen right behind in the Volkenhorst BMW, coming home in second position. Windward Mercedes will be third. What a drive from the Mahler Porsche team. After disappointment in round one, they strike back here in the NIMEX 3-hour race. What a drive.
And you mentioned it best, Peter. It's all about bouncing back in the DNLS. There will be things coming your way that strike you down. But Mahler, well, they just took it by the hands and grabbed it and took it to the very end so strongly. That's what they've done. That is such a strong performance from them eventually. And let's just take a look in all the other classes as well. What's happened around here? Do we see a result in the other ones too? In the cup category, Coanda winning easily. I mean, they just had such a big margin, 6.5 seconds. But Mahler, they are the superstars of today, Peter. What a day, what a drive.
That they are superstars. That is definitely the word. Well done, Ryan Barneveld. Well done, Phil Dennis. A super performance. But well done to Volkenhorst BMW as well. Chased all the way, and really sets up a thrilling remainder of the season. We still have 3 more races to go in at this championship. The next round on the 9th of January, the Schutz GmbH Mess Technic race will be then, and we'll have all the action for you here on the LEGO Technic live stream. Now, we can try and pick up our class leaders. Coanda Simsport at the moment about halfway around the lap. They've got a gap of a commanding gap, in fact, of 27 seconds in the Cup 2 category. However, this is not a commanding gap. This is Gregory trying to hold off Race 1 winner Martin Ascher as they sweep through down towards Kellenhard now. This is very, very narrow through here, but Martin Ascher will be trying to find any possible ways. This triple right-hander of Kellenhard is so tricky. And then down towards Versteifen. There we go. So you just absolutely hold on for dear life. 1, 2, 3, and then hard on the brakes to Versteifen. Very easy to lock up into Versteifen in a car without anti-lock braking, as this Cup 2 car does not. And a little bit of a tip-tap there. Oh, this is getting spicy.
Rather close, this one, and I love it that it's happening on the final lap. This is just tremendous. Oh, man.
Well, the last lap, Team RSO 397, Niels Carstensen, 12 seconds faster than the Core Sim Racing car of Pascal Stix.
Wow.
I do wonder, Samil, if the Core Sim Racing car, if they had fuel worries, because there hasn't been a gap of that much between them all day.
Exactly. Maybe fuel, maybe some incident happening. Not sure. But it's crazy how Co have just tailed off towards the very end. And it would be really odd to say that it doesn't usually happen, but no, Co were always up there. Co were leading for most of the race, in fact.
Well, Ascher makes the move on the Kesselchen. So Martin Ascher up to second position now. No, I don't. I see. This is a battle for third. I do apologise, folks. I don't know why that is. There is something not quite right here on our time screens. I do apologise. I think this may well actually be for second position, as Martin Ascher could be an incident point issue, possibly. That driver's been given an incident after the checkered flag, quite possibly. Anyway, this battle between Martin Ascher and Gregor Eid rolls on as they head up towards Act for the final time. But a little bit of consolation for Core Sim Racing fans. They win in SP3T by a reasonable margin as well. So they bounce back and put themselves back in contention for the championship.
Oh, absolutely. This worked out, well, pretty okay, all things considered. It didn't work out well for Co and the SP9, but here, a big win, and finally, something good to take home for Co. Something great to take home for Co.
Yes, it's going to rumble on all season, I think, and Core Sim Racing as well in the SP9. It's not been their day, but I'm sure they'll bounce back in the latter stages of this championship. So, can Gregor Eid have anything to say? Just fighting the understeer there. Just can't quite get back on the power. And Gregor Eid is watching Martin Ascher just drive away from him. That's so demoralising as they come through Flansgarten. And it looks like Gregor Eid is just not got quite enough left in the tank to hold on to our race 1 winner, Martin Ascher.
Oh, man. An anticlimactic finish, but nevertheless this battle has just been so tremendous all the way through, and that's the amazing thing we can pick up. It's been so close, yes, and they can do some special things, and I wonder can they and Asher put on an even better show the next time out, and maybe together work towards getting Coanda the bigger target now.
Well, Coanda at the moment, they're just coming up to the finish line as well, so they will be looking to close that one off after a flawless performance. They're in SP9, fastest lap of the race on the final lap of the race, a 7:48.931 for Lauren Heinrich, the newly minted Porsche Junior driver. His first race with Coanda in the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series, and, well, had all the pace, put the car on pole by a healthy margin, but just didn't quite go their way. But the sister car in the Cup 2 category about to come over the line. David Williams to take the win for Coanda, along with Zach Campbell. What a drive from that squad. But back in the fight for second position. Can Martin Ascher hang on? think so, just about. As the checkered flag waves, Martin Asher will solidify his position at the front of the championship for Asher Racing and comes home in second position just from IES Sim Racing Schweiz Cup. Oof, what a thriller. What a thriller.
Absolutely. So close. Oh man, Asher and IES Sim Racing fight forever. What an amazing battle. What a tremendous way to end this race. And also a word on Coanda Sim Racing, right? Redemption, that's the word that they are going to be looking for. In the first race, in the first round, things just really went away from them, out of their control. Now they bring it back with a big win.
Yeah, that is the way to do it. It's kind of a story of two halves for the Coanda outfit. Of course, a win in Cup 2 and maybe a win gone away, gone begging in SP9. And well, fellow Porsche squad, Mahler Racing Team, more than happy to pick up the mantle there for the Weissach factory. And Phil Dennis, again, there's been a lot of stories of redemption, hasn't there, Samil? Of course, SP3T, Corson Racing, getting their win that they fought so hard for last time out but didn't quite manage to get. Mahler Racing Team, of course, were leading onto the final straight, onto the Dottinger hole at least, and didn't quite get the win done there. So there has been a lot of redemption stories today.
And there are going to be more, right? Because there are so many teams and drivers who might feel a bit hard done by today by their own performance. There will be a feeling that, right, we've got to get to the next race, we've got to get to the next round and pull out something special from the bag. And they will be pulling out all the stops, Peter. We saw this today. The teams that haven't quite had their race work out in round number 1, they did something special. And think about HRT. They had round number 1 work out for them. This one, not so much. Think about it. How hard will they fight the next time out?
So, this is your results then. Mahler Racing Team Porsche, number 91, win by just 2.1 seconds from Volkenhorst Motorsport BMW. Team Windward Mercedes, very solid effort from that squad. 11 seconds back from the leader, but a podium finish. Very impressive indeed. Team BMW Bank were 4th, and BS Competition bounced back from a 20-second success penalty from last time out to finish 5th. A very strong run indeed. Sim Racing Academy number 25 finished in 6th, with the Mercedes Team M&J Performance car in 7th. MRS Esports were 8th, Team Heusingveld Mercedes were 9th, and Coanda Simsport, after a difficult, what started off so promising, they finish in 10th overall. In 11th, the Door Esports Lamborghini, another story of what could have been for that squad. They finish 11th, with Mercedes Team Landgraf in 12th. Mercedes Team HRT, the winners of round 1, back down in 13th position, 3.5 minutes off the race leader. They'll be hoping for better next time out. Artel Motorsport Reparix, their BMW finished in 14th, with the Phoenix Racing Lamborghini finishing 15th. Corsim Racing, again, podium finishers in race 1, down the order in 16th spot. 17th was WS Racing Esports BMW, followed by LEGO Technic Esports, ERC, powered by FSP Lamborghini, and Cartland Racing Esports Lamborghini, rounding out the top 20 in the SP9 category. In Cup 2, it was the story of Coanda Simsport. A super opening stint from Zach Campbell from pole position gave the opportunity for David Williams to bring the car home with a commanding advantage of 18.8 seconds from the Asher Racing number 200 machine. Just behind the Asher Racing car in third, the IAS Sim Racing Schweiz Cup team in third place. Peter Bonk Performance were 4th, with Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC in 5th. WNSE Motorsport were 6th, followed by Phoenix Racing Esport in 7th, Leiper Esports in 8th, Deutsche Payment Esports 9th, and Corsim Racing Cup 2 round out the top 10. WS Racing Esports were 11th, followed by Sim Racing Academy, GermanSimRacing.de, Artel Motorsport.exe Esports, and finally Deutsche Payment Esports, rounding out the 16-car field in the Porsche Cup 2 class. In the SP10 category for GT4 machines, Team RSO finally emerge in a titanic battle with Corsim Racing number 303. They are the winners just by the most slender of margins after an absolutely superb battle. Racefox round out the podium, making it a Porsche 123 in their 331 car, with the first of the BMWs. A very impressive effort indeed from Fraser Williamson and Will Tregurtha. They finish in fourth in the top of the Munich machines. But still, definitely the story of Porsche in SP10 once again. Will the BMWs get another balance of performance break for race 3? We shall see. And your last few runners there for SP10. Finally, SP3T for TCR Touring Car Machines. Corentin Guinez and Kieran Harrison take the win by 37 seconds. Biggest margin of the day from Marshmallow Racing with Team Heusingveld. What a recovery drive from them. They were far down the order, but although 2.5 minutes off the overall leading time, finishing in third, that's a great recovery from that squad. Valkyrie Esport Rookie, a super job from them, from the back of the grid, finishing in fourth place. ERC by Hiles Entrim Terra PI were fifth. Nürburgring Esports team in sixth. Low Grip Racing in seventh position in SP3T. Well, Samil, your final thoughts on a day's racing here at the Nürburgring?
Oh, I'm so enthralled, Peter. This was just such a good race. A bit of an anticlimactic finish in SP9, I agree. But the battles that we saw throughout, the way that Walking Horse was outsmarting Coanda, and then Rogers' really unfortunate incident that got us all on the edge, then to how Mahler played it ahead. Man. Plus the battles in Cup 2, plus the amazing finish that we had in GT4's SP10s. Man, this is such a great weekend, and my eyes and my thoughts only go out to the next round. And what more can we see? Who can we see getting redemption there, Peter? Loved it.
It really has been a pleasure to bring you all of the action from the NIMEX 3-hour race of the Digital Nürburgring Langstrecken Series presented by Goodyear Tyre. Thank you so much for tuning in to the LEGO Technic esports stream, and we'll see you next time. Goodbye.